Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a normal procedure that I read, but before that, I am going to also really have to go over something else. If you look around up here, you'll see a lot of bows and decorations in this room, and Christine Joab, who is Marianne Walton's daughter, always decorates the boardroom with her
Dr.
own-
Longley, it's
Yes.
Christine Job.
Joe, okay, excuse me, but she always decorates the boardroom with her own resources. And in fact, she creates these bows by herself. And so I would like to personally, and I'm sure the board will join with me in thanking Christine for all the work that she goes to create this beautiful festive decorations, and it just impels me to say Merry Christmas to all of you. So, welcome to the 554th board meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I would like to introduce the board members and staff at this time. On my far left is Raji Barr of Bakersfield. On my immediate left is Carmen Ramirez of Atwater. Normally John Constantino sitting here, but he'll join us tomorrow. On my far right is Dan Markham of Fall River Mills. Beautiful country up there, Dan. I was impressed when we took the tour. Always am when I'm there. Sitting next to Dan is Bob Schneider of Davis, and on my immediate right is Denise Cadera of Allensworth. My name is Carl Longley. I hail from the Fog Center of the Valley, Fresno, and I'll now introduce the Executive Officer, Pamela Creedon, who will introduce her staff.
Good afternoon, board, and board chair, members of the board, sorry. So across the room from me to the right is Andrew Altavogt, Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office, and next to Andrew is Stephanie Yu, Staff Counsel for the board, and to my immediate right is David Lancaster, Staff Counsel for the board. To my far left is Kieran Lanfranchi Rizzardi, Executive Assistant for me and the board. And next to Kieran is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer for in the Sacramento office, sorry. And to my immediate left is Patrick Palupa. We were just talking about Andrew Dieringer. Patrick Palupa, Senior Staff Counsel for the board. And in the audience, there's Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer in the Reading office, Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in the Fresno office, and Linda Bracamonte, who just got married to Joe Karkowski, so I'm not sure what name she's going to go by. So Linda Bracamonte, maybe Karkowski, Assistant Executive Officer in the Sacramento office, and congratulations to Linda and Joe. And we have a number of staff in the office as well.
Thank you very much. Carmen, would you please lead us in the pledge? Next item, we'll move to approval of the minutes. What we have in front of us are the minutes for the Thursday, October 19th, 2017 morning session. And do I have a motion?
I'll move that we approve the minutes for October meeting
October 19th
and
morning
20th,
session, right?
and the 20th. Is it
Okay,
both days? Yes.
okay.
And I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call, please. Let me correct before you call that. That's the, you're right, Denise, I was just looking at the first page. That's the morning session. That also includes the afternoon session on the next page. Following page is the Friday meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
You were not here.
You'll have to abstain.
I'll abstain.
Ms. Ramirez,
I'll abstain as well.
Mr. Schneider, Dr. Markham,
Aye.
Ms. Kadara, Dr. Longley,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. In order to conduct our regional board meetings in a fair and efficient manner, we will be proceeding in accordance with the meeting procedures that have been provided with the summary agenda and are available here at the staff table. And they're also available upon request. They're also posted on the board's website and are summarized on the computer screens during breaks. Any questions or comments regarding these procedures may be directed to Karen Lanfranchi Rosardi, our administrative assistant, who's sitting here at the staff table. At this point in time, board member communications, we're on agenda item 3. Dan?
Well, I guess I'll start. Went to the state board meeting yesterday on the motion regarding the Eastern San Joaquin watershed. And then didn't stay the entire meeting, but listened to the entire meeting on the web. It was good. What came to mind was one of the activities I've been doing recently is rereading the California Nitrogen Assessment, the document out of the UC Press of 2016. It's good background information. I encourage everybody to read that. I'll also mention too that everybody came to Fall River Mills this fall. I hope this coming spring when we go down to the Fresno office, we can take a tour down to see disadvantaged communities in the South San Joaquin Valley. So that's about all I have for right now.
Thank you, Dan. And I'll present most of what I've been doing over the past few months tomorrow, except that I would like to point out that I attended the meeting last week when on the East San Joaquin order when they had the workshop in Fresno. I think that the PowerPoint that was presented yesterday by staff at the public meeting at the state board was very good, and it outlined the issues that we have with what the state board is doing. Our general order came about after many years of work and tremendous stakeholder involvement. It is specific to that particular region, and that the East San Joaquin Coalition covers. And we found, in fact, within the Central Valley that there is some differences between each of the coalitions, having to do with a number of factors. And when you start comparing, if you want to go on the extreme, what goes on in your area up at Fall River Mills versus what goes on down in the South Valley, they're two different worlds. And these orders have to be site-specific. I have some real concerns with a general order that is intended to be statewide. This is said to be precedential, and make some significant changes over what came about through many years of this board working with the stakeholders. And I really commend the stakeholders in the many efforts that we've been engaged with them on. I think we get better orders out of that. Particularly when the stakeholders are buying into the direction we're going to protect water quality. The problem with mandating from on high these very unreasonable requirements, my concern is that's really going to adversely impact future stakeholder efforts. So I've had my say. I'll talk more about it tomorrow. But any further board member communications?
Yes, I attended on the Water Quality Coordinating Committee annual session on the 25th and 26th. The discussion primarily centered around climate change. The 15th of November, I attended the EJ Environmental Justice Summit, which was a very enlightening session of the regulators, the disadvantaged community, the NGOs, and it was a very lively discussion. And one of the issues that I thought was kind of important that came out of it, there was a lot of good discussion centered around public participation and outreach. And as we know, in all of the programs that the staff administers for us, there is a need to do public participation and outreach. We have a cannabis program that started now, and so many of the programs, that's important, but one of the areas that was focused on was public participation and outreach is not funded. And with that being not funded as much or as needs to be to address a lot of the issues that we face. So in that session, that came out, and I just wanted to make mention of it because I think as we move forward and any of the programs that we're dealing with, it involves outreach and participation. And with little funding going to that, it makes it challenging sometimes when our role is to get people engaged and have people at the table. So I'm just throwing that out there for discussion purposes as we move forward with our programs, that not be, that area of public participation and outreach not be ignored when it comes to funding to make sure we can really engage the community and address the issues that are there. And then my last item is yesterday, I attended the Tri-County Water Authority where they're addressing the SIGMA program and specifically working with the developing the groundwater sustainability plan and laying out a process to do that. So my husband actually serves on that board, and I participate with him. And that's all of my comments.
Thank you, Denise. In my concern about East San Joaquin order, I forgot to announce a very important thing. Congratulations, Carmen, on your reappointment.
Well, thank you very much. I've been reappointed by the governor's office. I thank the governor for his continued trust, and then I will return the kindness because Dr. Longley was also reappointed at the same time I was. So congratulations to us.
Mutual congratulations, society up here. Any further comments?
I just, all members of this board in the state, I attended the webinar course on the respectful workplace, and I think it's important to mention that. And that in there we discuss the legal and perceptive problems with harassment, discrimination, and retaliation. And I think this office pays a lot of attention, as do a lot of the other in-state government. So. I just wanted to mention, I did pass, but that's an important component of what we do. And I intended to go to the BLM Forest Service non-point source meeting here, and I missed that, but maybe later we can get a little brief on how some of those went. You can put it in a report next time, how's that?
Yes, Raji.
I'd like to report in September we did some outreach with the Punjabi community. I went on Punjabi radio, and it's covered through the state of California. We talked to farmers about irrigated lands, and we also went on Punjabi language television to talk about the irrigated lands program, and we had some really great feedback. We had a lot of people calling and saying, we didn't know it was that serious. We didn't know this was going to happen. And believe it or not, a lot of people that I would consider very, maybe, not an issue with speaking English or anything like that, still were unaware of the need to be in the program. So we're hoping that did some good, it definitely get the word going. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this, I don't know if I was here last meeting or not, but we did tour the Chevron oil fields. I just want to put that out there. We did that, and we toured Coelho Water District in the summer. That's it.
Thank you, Raji. I was on that tour too. And I want to thank you for pursuing the Punjabi media. outreach, because I think that points up, there's a number of different sources of media outreach that we have to make absolutely sure that we're following, and that's an important one. As we get better at this, we'll, I'm sure, reach a lot more folks along the way. Anything else? We'll move then to item 5 on the agenda.
Dr. Longley, member Dodak is not in the office with us today. She's going to be here tomorrow.
Okay, but are there any cards of anyone wishes speaking today
Oh, I have item
on
5 as the,
issues that
you
are
mean
not on
item-
today's
Item
agenda?
item 4. Did you mean item 4 then?
Is item 4, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong number. I have cards here from Matt Conant and Ed Sills. Both of them are members of the PNSSNS Board of Directors and Sub-Watershed Group, and Mr. Sills is the president of that group. Do you wish to address this board? Are you here today? Do you wish to address the board, sir? Come forward, please, to the podium. First of all, if you could explain to me what the acronym is.
Okay, if I can say it without mixing it up, it's a very difficult acronym. I'm sorry we ended up choosing it, but it's Placer, Nevada, South Sutter, North Sacramento. And those are the areas that our sub-watershed is comprised of.
The SS was up,
P-
Placer, Nevada, then
Placer, Nevada, South Sutter, North
South Sutter,
Sacramento.
South. Okay.
So I'm the president of the board of PNSSNS. And I'm also an organic farmer in South Sutter County, farming large acreage of corn, wheat, beans, and rice. As you will hear in your executive officer's report concerning the ILRP, PNSSNS has submitted a request for notice of applicability to serve as the third-party group to represent the growers of PNSSNS. Because we also terminated our agreement with Sac Valley Water Quality Coalition, we have been informed by Regional Water Board staff that our members may not be covered and that we would have to enroll as individual growers and be subject to large per acreage fees. We have engaged attorneys at Stoll Reeves, and they have sent a response to the Regional Water Board staff that I would like to read. Stoll Reeves LLP has been retained by Placer, Nevada, South Sutter, North Sacramento Sub-Watershed Group in its efforts to obtain a notice of applicability as a third party under General Order Number R5, 2014-0030. PNSSNS is comprised of approximately 500 member growers in a predominantly low vulnerability watershed. As you are aware, on October 31st, 2017, PNSSNS filed a request for NOA pursuant to Order R5, 2014-0030. Representatives from PNSSNS met with board staff on November 9th, 2017 to discuss the request and subsequently received your November 15th, 2017 correspondence. We have reviewed the executive officer's report for the upcoming December 8th, 2017 board meeting and respectfully request that Executive Officer Creedon acknowledge this correspondence and the willingness of PNSSNS to cooperate fully with board staff as part of the executive officer's report during the meeting. As noted by Mr. Ed Sills, President of PNSS-NS Board of Directors, during your November 9th, 2017 meeting, PNSS-NS is open to exploring an interim agreement with Sac Valley Water Quality Coalition and has reached out to the coalition to discuss this potential option. In an effort to ensure that there is no ambiguity as to the PNSS-NS Subwatershed Group member growers coverage under the order, while PNSS-NS request for NOA remains pending. However, PNSS-NS would like to reiterate for the record that regardless of whether an interim MOU is currently in place, the fact remains that the order expressly contemplates a new third-party group like PNSS-NS to form in part of an existing third-party area. In the request for NOA, PNSS-NS acknowledged that it will take all actions and submit subsequent reports required by the order on the timeline originally established by the issuance of the NOA to Sac Valley Water Quality Coalition. Currently, no reports are due. All reports for the members within PNSS-NS have been timely filed by Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition and represent data and information applicable to PNSS-NS. Thus, contrary to your November 15th, 2017 correspondence, no additional reports or plans are needed for board staff to process this request. Board staff has already received all necessary information bearing on PNSS-NS compliance with order number 2014-0030. As stated in its October 31st request, PNSS-NS is and remains at all times in compliance with the terms of order number 2014-0030 and will continue to do so until the NOA is approved and subsequently thereto. Therefore, PNSS-NS respectfully requests that board staff at a minimum issue a conditional NOA. To further address the issues discussed herein, PNSS-NS would like to request a follow-up meeting with board staff and staff council to occur during the week of December 11th, 2017. Please contact me or Mike Mills with my office to schedule a convenient time to discuss the pending request for NOA. We greatly appreciate your attention to this matter. Very truly yours, Melissa A. Foster, Stoll Reeves. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge a letter I received from David Guy at Sac Valley offering assistance in ensuring coverage for our grower members. And we are ready to work constructively with all parties involved. Thank you.
Do you have any further comments there?
Not unless there's questions.
Questions from board members? Does Mr. Conant have any comments?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, first of all. My name is Matt Conant. I'm on the board for PNSS-NS Water Coalition, and I'm also a walnut farmer in South Sutter County. I'm on the Board of Supervisors for South Sutter County. I'm District 5. My district covers all of South County. The Board of Supervisors of Sutter County is very concerned about water quality in our county. We want to preserve and protect that as the best ability we have. And PNSS-NS has done an excellent job of working with its growers to improve water quality, to test the mandatory testing, done a great job in testing and proven that our water quality is excellent in our region. And we want to continue to do that. And PNSS would like to lead that. And we have done that in the past and have led the charge in our community to make sure that the water quality is excellent. And we would encourage the board to work with us on this, and we would very much like to work and continue that work with the board, all the growers and the community as well. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions by board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So Pamela, what's?
So, Dr. Longley, this isn't a question whether the board agrees or disagrees with them being a coalition. They just have to do the paperwork. What we did, we first learned about it when we got a letter from the Sac Valley group that they had just withdrawn and did not. So that put their growers, they made a decision without approaching the board first, that they were withdrawing from the coalition. That meant they have a number of growers who are non-participants in the ag program. And we have an extensive non-filer enforcement program ongoing right now. And they, not intentionally, I'm sure, didn't think it through, took their growers out of compliance. So they have submitted all their reports, but they're in violation that they no longer have permit coverage because they are no longer members of a coalition. We're not saying that we won't do the work that's needed to bring them into their own separate coalition. They just should have worked with us sooner to do that before they withdrew from Sac Valley. So I understand, and I guess Adam can speak to this, but I think now David Guy and his group are working with them so they can continue to be part of the coalition until they are approved as a separate one. And then we'll move them over so that their growers stay in compliance, full compliance with our requirements.
Adam?
That's correct. We've met with them. We've spoken extensively with I'm going to mess it up. I'm just going to say Placer, Nevada, and the discussion that we had was very along the lines of what Pamela just said, and we asked that they do work with Sac Valley to try and get some interim coverage during this period of time. And I understand staff has received a packet for a notice of applicability, and they're working on that now too. So we're moving forward, and we have to also work with Patrick and David on this too, because the order doesn't have a real its process for doing this is not very established. So we're going to have to do a little bit of work there too.
And they asked for a meeting next week?
That's right. They asked for a meeting the week of December 11th, and I don't know whether we've set one yet or not. Sue McConnell can. Not yet. We'll work to get the meeting set up.
And I think staff ought to fit that into their schedule when it works for them.
Okay.
But I'm saying you don't have to jump over hoops if it's.
Thank you.
So has something like this happened before where a group within a coalition has broken off before they had established sort of all the parameters?
No, we had in the South Valley, we had one coalition, and then when we renewed all the permits, they broke into separate coalitions. But it was done through a permitting process. Until they had other coverage, they remained in their coalitions. So this is a first. We're not against them breaking away. It's just that it's not really totally accurate that they are fully compliant because now they have growers who no longer have permit coverage. And I would say if you talk to many of the growers in all the coalitions, they all strive to help us with improving water quality. So it's not like they're doing something above and beyond that our other growers are doing. It's, we don't have an opinion whether they should be in the Sac Valley or not. That's not our position. It's just let us go through the process. And like Adam was pointing out, I don't think our permit anticipated that they would break into subgroups. So we just need to make sure we have the legal ability to do this, and it may need that the permit needs to be revised to allow it. I don't know.
So a lesson learned out of this is in the future, folks, if they want to combine or they want to separate, need to come and talk to us first, just so we can map it out how we go through the process.
And just one comment, the permit, in what my comment, I didn't want it to be okay, go ahead, Patrick.
If I could, we have a potential non-compliance issue, so we don't want to engage too much in the discussion to prejudge any enforcement action or not enforcement action that may need to occur. I think it might be sufficient to say that the order certainly contemplated extensive engagement with the regional board prior to the formation of any watershed group, sub-watershed group, or third party. That didn't happen here, and we're trying to resolve the issues, and we've certainly heard from the board to meet with all due haste with the individuals to at least resolve some of the issues and to see what the next actions need to be.
Thank you very much for those wise words.
I want to be clear in my comments. I wasn't necessarily meet with all due haste. I was saying meet fitting in with your current schedule.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you, okay. Any further, I have no further cards. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the board on any item not on today's agenda? Or tomorrow's agenda for that matter? Very good then. We'll move on to item 5, and that's Pamela's already stated that Tam will be here tomorrow. Moving on to agenda 6, the executive officer's report.
So Dr. Longley, I have about 4 or 5 awards to give, but
Good.
I don't know if there were any questions about the member.
Are there any questions on any items in the agenda? I think we already covered one of the major ones.
Yes.
On page 16, they have an enforcement cleanup and abatement on homestake mining. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that offline. It's the Reed mine.
So, Patrick.
Which one is that, Bob?
Yeah, and if I could, we can certainly talk about that. It's not pending in front of the board anymore. And Stephanie can comment too. That cleanup and abatement order was a cleanup and abatement order that we negotiated with Homestake Mine, essentially to put a regulatory tool in for the extensive process that they've been engaged in. That mine has been in issue for many years. It's received attention from US EPA, among other agencies. The Homestake has made commitments underneath that cleanup and abatement order and made commitments to do work at that mine. And the cleanup and abatement order was a means of getting a regulatory measure in place to ensure that the commitments were followed through.
Yeah, perfect. And I will say that they did a cleanup on some of the mines in the Sulphur Creek drainage, and they did a really outstanding job there, actually, above and beyond. But it's good. They did good work.
Any further items? If not, we're ready for the presentations.
So I have 4, actually, Dr. Longley. So the first one will be going to Heidi Bauer. She's a sanitary engineering associate in our Reading office. So Heidi is being recognized for her outstanding work performance. She's joined the Water Board in 1999 and over the past 18 years has worked in many of the board's program areas. Heidi fills a unique role in the Reading office by serving as a case manager, county representative, contracts manager, and database coordinator. As case manager, Heidi is responsible for permitting, compliance, and enforcement of about 40 facilities. As the board's representative to Glenn and Lassen counties, she is responsible for reviewing and preparing responses to CEQA documents and responding to non-emergency complaints associated with activities originating from those counties. In her role as Reading's contract manager, Heidi takes a lead role in the development and execution of Reading's analytical laboratory and helicopter contracts. And finally, as database coordinator, Heidi oversees consistency and quality control of our database systems, which include CWIX, SMARTS, and GeoTracker, and trains new staff to use new applicable databases. To aid in these efforts, Heidi recently oversaw the development of the CWIX user manual for the Reading office and for Reading office staff, and assisted Rancho Cordova and Fresno staff in developing CEQA data entry procedures that will aid in providing better quality control of data throughout the region. Heidi does an excellent job balancing her workload and the various demands for her time while making key contributions to the WDR unit, including general order enrollments, conducting compliance inspections, and responding to complaints. Heidi is a well-organized and detail-oriented individual, and she is able to prioritize all of her competing work commitments and accomplishes it all as a 7/10.7 time PY person. She's only here 7/10 of the time. Her knowledge, experience, excellent communication skills, and positive attitude are an asset to the Central Valley Water Board. She has earned the respect of both colleagues and dischargers, and her contributions to the unit and to the Central Valley Water Board are most appreciated. So thank you, Heidi. There you are. So we'll get a picture though. So if you just want to stand up there. This next one is for Zachary Jarvie. He works in the Fresno office as an engineering geologist. He is currently one of the oil field units. He's not one of the oil field units. He's with one of the oil field units and is primarily tasked with evaluating and overseeing activities associated with historical and current produced water discharges into ponds. He has recently reviewed operators' responses to approximately 10 cleanup and abatement orders. He also recently reviewed numerous notices of intent submitted by operators who desired coverage under one of the 3 recently adopted general orders for the discharge of oil-filled wastewaters into ponds. The notice of intents reviewed are associated with active discharges into numerous ponds in the Lost Hills, North Bell Ridge, South Bell Ridge, Midway Sunset, Pyramid Hills, and Chico Martinez oil fields. Zachary also completed a review of a closure plan for ponds in the Coalinga oil field. Letters and memorandums prepared by Zachary document the reviews, demonstrate complete and critical reviews, and a working knowledge of the State Board policies and the Water Code. Zachary independently initiated and developed a checklist form that can be used by other staff to expedite the review of notices of intents. In addition, he has developed expertise associated with GIS based mapping program, and prepares maps that depict oil field features for others. Zachary consistently initiates and completes tasks, and on an ongoing basis, he applies his knowledge of geology and hydrogeology during his reviews. His exceptional positive attitude demonstrated desire to learn, courteous and professional demeanor, and field experience serve as a role model. As a result of his superior performance, he's being commended for these contributions and receiving this superior accomplishment recognition. So thank you, Zachary. Stand with Eileen. And so this next one goes to Charlene Herbst, who's our senior engineering geologist in the Confined Animals Facility Unit of Rancho Cordova. And she is responsible for the work of 5 full-time staff and 2 scientific aides. Her unit consistently exceeds its assigned portion of the performance target for inspections for the Confined Animal Facilities Program. Her staff's inspections are comprehensive and thorough, including review of monitoring reports and nutrient management planning documentation, as well as on-site observations. Charlene's unit is responsible for taking enforcement when violations are identified. She reviews all outgoing notices of violation and oversees formal enforcement when necessary. Last winter, the Rancho Cordova office pursued formal enforcement for several incidences of discharges to surface water from dairies or feedlots that had not taken precautionary measures prior to the rainy season. In addition, Charlene took the lead in drafting a new general order for poultry facilities. She arranged meetings with industry and environmental justice organizations while drafting the order, and composed written responses to comments, finalized the general order, and presented it to the board at its December 2016 meeting. That's all while managing the unit. She recently drafted a new general order to permit bovine feedlots. This required an order of magnitude greater outreach to industry and environmental justice stakeholders, and several more rounds of meetings than the poultry order. Again, Charlene composed responses to comments, received, and proposed several changes to the order prior to presenting it to the board in June of 2017. Charlene is dedicated to the board's mission and works hard to ensure that dairies and other confined animal facilities are in compliance with the law and protective of water quality. By maintaining the productivity of her unit as well as drafting the orders, Charlene went beyond the normal expectation of a senior engineering geologist. She's dedicated considerable personal time and effort to ensure the orders were adopted. For this and her continued work, Charlene is deserving of this Superior Accomplishment Award. Okay, and this last one goes to Ann Littlejohn, who is a senior environmental scientist in our planning unit in the Rancho Cordova office. And Ann is a dedicated, hardworking scientist who possesses the critical skills needed to work with diverse stakeholder groups on complicated projects and move toward innovative solutions. Recent examples include her efforts with CV Salt's Lower San Joaquin River Committee to develop salinity objectives for the river upstream of the Delta, as well as a broader effort to develop a streamlined and transparent process to determine appropriate designation and level of protection for municipal and domestic supply beneficial uses in agriculturally dominated water bodies. These amendments were developed in an open and sometimes contentious stakeholder process with a number of issues raised during the public comment periods. Anne worked with stakeholders and staff to revise proposed amendment language and supporting material to provide additional clarity and practicality to the recommendations. Her dedication to and support of both the stakeholder process as well as her staff's efforts resulted in these two key Basin Plan amendments being adopted by the board in August of 2017. While Anne has been spearheading the two Basin Plan amendments, she has also been serving as the program manager for the Central Valley Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. Under Anne's direction, it's called SWAMP. SWAMP has provided additional staff and laboratory resources to all three offices, streamlined the ability to collect ambient water quality samples and process resulting data through the use of the Quality Assurance Project Plan templates and data entry macros, and expanded the scope of the Safe to Swim monitoring project. We're looking at a name for that, of a different name. Monitoring project while supporting verification monitoring for potential cyanobacteria, hazardous algal blooms, and public noticing. She has made the templates available to all staff to help streamline the development of other monitoring activities. Throughout these efforts, Anne maintains a positive working relationship with the stakeholders and staff, listens closely to their concerns, and provides creative solutions for open discussion. She brings this same positive attitude to all of her day-to-day in-house activities, which makes her a key contributor as well as a pleasure to have on any team. So for that, Anne is being recognized. Okay, so we do pictures one on one? That completes my report, Dr. Longley. Unless you have other questions.
Thank you. Well, as you read through what these folks have accomplished and the services they bring to the regional board, you realize just, once again, we got a great group of people, and I thank them for particularly the folks today, but also all the folks working here for the great work they do. We'll move now to agenda item 17, not 17, man, I want to get this meeting over with. Agenda item 7, constituents of emerging concern. This is an information item, and at this time, the board will hear an update on efforts to implement surface water monitoring for constituents of emerging concern. At some later date, we'll hear the same topic in regards to groundwater. As I said before, this is an information item only. No action will be taken. The board, however, may ask questions and provide direction to staff. After the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. And we'll now hear the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Dr. Longley and members of the board. My name is Michelle Snap, and I am an engineer here in the Sacramento office. Today, we would like to provide the board with an update on the Constituents of Emerging Concern, or CEC, special project, and to get feedback from you on our approach. Following my presentation, staff from the State Water Board's Office of Information and Management and Analysis, OEMA, the City and County of Sacramento, and the Central Valley Clean Water Association, CIVICWA, will give short presentations. The Central Valley Water Board has been interested in CEC monitoring for a while now. In 2009, staff brought an 2011? Sorry. In 2011, staff brought an information item to the board for input. At that time, the board asked staff to wait while the State Water Board formed a statewide effort. In addition, there were concerns regarding the lack of approved monitoring methods at the time. In 2011, the State Water Board contracted with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, otherwise known as SQUIRT, to convene an expert panel. Working with the expert panel, the State Water Board developed the 2016 statewide guidance for CECs. In 2016, Central Valley Water Board staff started working with a group of stakeholders, which included the State Water Board, a group of POTW and MS4 representatives, and CIVICWA, to start developing a Central Valley pilot study. The purpose of our pilot study is to start determining if CECs are being discharged from POTWs and/or MS4s, and the long-term goal is to determine if they are impacting beneficial uses in the Central Valley. The monitoring will include chemistry and may include bioanalytical. In addition, we will be utilizing State Board's guidance document and implementing the study in a phased approach. The data collected through the study will also be utilized to inform the statewide approach to CECs. The proposed Central Valley CEC study would monitor for constituents listed in the statewide guidance document, including estrone and 17-beta-estradiol, which are estrogens, ibuprofen and diclofenac, which are nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, bisphenol A, a synthetic compound used in the production of plastics and epoxy resins, galaxolide, a synthetic fragrance, and triclosan, an antibacterial. In addition, the plan also includes monitoring for PBDE 47 and 99, which are used in plastics, textiles, and foams to avoid fires from spreading, and PFAS, which is used as a repellent for carpets, fabrics, and upholstery. All constituents will be monitored for in Phase 1 of the CEC work plan, and subsequent constituent lists during the study will be based on the phased approach. Please note that while the State Board's CEC guidance includes BIS2 and pesticides, we have not included them in our studies since we have existing programs that already monitor for these, and extensive data is already available for our region. The proposed Central Valley CEC study will also be phased to include ambient, effluent, and gradient monitoring over a period of 3 years. Each phase will last for 1 year. Phase 1 is proposed to include monitoring ambient sites starting in 2018. Potential sites include the Sacramento River at Freeport, Hood, and Veterans Bridge, the San Joaquin River at Buckley Cove and Vernalis, the American River at Discovery Park, and at POTWA, which is still to be determined. Ambient monitoring would continue in Phase 2 in addition to a minimum of 2 effluent POTWs and 2 MS4 sites. Phase 2 would begin no later than July 2019, or 1 year after the beginning of Phase 1. Phase 3 adds monitoring of gradient sites, which will be dependent on the results from Phase 1 and Phase 2. There are a couple of ongoing discussions that we would like to highlight and to get feedback from the board on. The first is how the project will be funded and implemented. Since this is a statewide effort being implemented within our region, staff would like to see region-wide support. However, because the project is being piloted at sites within and proximal to the Delta, we are looking at having the project be funded by the Delta RMP. We have started conversations with the RMP to determine if the chemistry and toxicity portions of the project could be a special project managed by the RMP, with the condition that the project cannot take away from other work the RMP is currently doing. Staff believe that due to the importance of this project, if funding is not able to be secured through the Delta RMP or from other sources, it will be critical for all of the dischargers in the region to work together to fund a project. In addition, we have been coordinating with state board staff on the bioanalytical work. Bioanalytical tools are used for the quantitative determination of drugs in biological matrices such as blood or tissue. There are still limitations with bioanalytical monitoring, such as the number of bioscreens that are standardized for water quality and the number of labs performing the work are currently limited, and only estrogenic compounds have credible thresholds. Regions 1 and 4 are currently including bioanalytical tools in their CEC studies. Therefore, staff would like to learn from their experiences to assess if we should include bioanalytical tools in the future. The second item is the timing of when we will begin sampling urban discharge and POTW effluent. Board staff believe that this sampling will provide important information to the statewide and regions projects. The permittees have requested to not start this sampling until the second year of the study. This would mean that we would not have any POTW effluent or urban discharge data collected until mid or late 2019. In addition, the permittees have raised a concern that having to start ambient monitoring by mid-2018 may rush the process. The permittees have requested flexibility in the timing to ensure that the project is well thought out and the funding is in place to adequately support it. Currently, regions 1, 2, and 4 are already collecting data. Therefore, staff believe that it is important for us to start collecting data sooner rather than later so we can have an effective voice as state board staff continue to develop the statewide program for CECs. The final item relates to whether or not it would be okay to mask the data, i.e. to not include the name of the facility where the effluent was taken from and to not include the exact location of the ambient samples. POTWs have expressed a concern with including the name of their facilities, stating that it would target them for negative publicity and potential regulatory actions. Staff has stated that we do not need to include the names of the facilities in the written reports. However, board staff believe that it is important to receive all of the metadata associated with each sample in order to upload the data into CDIN, our ambient water quality database. In addition, the data is to
I'd
inform—
like to ask you a question on that. So this bit about not including the name of the facility, did I understand that that won't be included?
Good morning, Chair Longman and members of the board. My name is Nicole Morgan, and I'm a supervising engineer here in the Sacramento office. So what we have proposed to the POTWs is that they would not, we would know who they are, but within the written report, they would not need to include the name of their POTW within it.
And will there be launch lat data in there?
Yes, and so we would
Okay,
know the
okay.
long lat, date, time of the sample, and all
Good,
other
good.
information.
Good, thank you.
So yes, the data is to inform future phases of this project and the statewide effort, and is not for regulatory purposes. I am now going to turn the presentation over to the State Water Board to provide more background on their pilot study and to elaborate on what they are looking to gain from our study.
Good afternoon, Chair Longley and honorable members of the Regional Board. My name is Rich Brewer. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director of the Office of Information Management Analysis at the State Board, which is a title which really doesn't explain anything what we really do. Just for your information, we manage the statewide Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, SWAMP. We work closely with people like Ann Littlejohn and to work with promoting good science for good data throughout the state of California. We have the Quality Assurance Program, and we also manage the CEDN data system and the CWIX data system as well. And I think our director, Greg Gearhart, has been here talking about our promotion of open data and our ability to importance of visualizing data for information decision making. I'd like to thank Michelle. She did a great job. One of the main reasons I'm here is to say that we're in great support of what's going on in the region, and just to provide some additional background on the CEC statewide program. One of the challenges we have, and I think also our permittees have a challenge with emerging contaminants, is that normally we come in our efforts to protect beneficial uses of water, we have contaminants or compounds that have been measured and evaluated in terms of some sort of effect on either humans or on the environment. We have some sort of target or limits that US EPA has calculated. In this case, emerging contaminants are compounds that are usually in a minute quantity, and they're growing in their presence because our urban population continues to grow dramatically. And so in that case, things that are in small quantities are beginning to increase in our waterways. So really, the goal of this study really is to look at what is the presence of these compounds. We're not trying to create regulatory standards at this point, but we really don't have a good sense of how California is across the entire state in terms of some of these compounds. So our objective really from a statewide perspective is to generate statewide data to inform water board managers, stakeholders, and the public of the status and trends of CECs in the water. This has come from both the governor's office, our executive director, and members of the board. These questions come up, and so when we have no data at all, it's hard to answer any questions at all. So that's really our goal here. Michelle did a great job of covering the timeline. I think, and Chair Longley also mentioned this as well, there's really two processes going on right now. I don't want to just talk briefly about the separation of the two. One is really directly related to emerging contaminants in recycled water and groundwater. And that has also, there was panels convened, but they're pretty much the same experts that have been looking at recommendations for California. But the recycled water has its own process. As a matter of fact, the permits already require monitoring of emerging contaminants in recycled water. So I won't get into that today, but just be aware that there are two elements we're interested in. Oh, I'm sorry.
But while you brought up recycled water,
Yeah.
I would presume that you're also looking at constituents emerging concern there, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, matter of
And
fact.
does that include some of the hormones?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so I think Michelle alluded to it. One of the reasons why when you look at that list, and you have a great background in analytical chemistry, is that we don't want to recommend things that there's not methods established for. And because we're dealing with emerging compounds and compounds in minute quantities, that is a challenge. So the list that Michelle listed were based on things that we know we can test and have confidence in being able to find it. Of course, with recycled water, there's great concern about human health as well as mostly about human health aspects as opposed to the environmental health. So I just wanted to put this together is that we have these two panels. Really, Michelle said 2011. Really, our office was brought aboard in about 2012 to start working with SQURP. One thing that should be pointed out, that was a huge stakeholder process in itself. We had not just this expert panel at SQURP, but really members of the regulated community, analytical labs, and regional boards participated in that process. It was not just an expert panel off by itself. And so these recommendations for the statewide study came from really a cooperative effort. We had the report come out. It definitely had kind of both a monitoring aspect, but a real also kind of a research and tool development aspect. And that's in 2014. That's that bioanalytical component, being able to use tools to screen water. And as Michelle said, right now we only really have comfort with estrogenic compounds. And so in 2015, we began to implement that study. We took our plan out to the regions. We got quite about a feedback bout on that. We modified the plan and brought it back out in 2016. And I'll talk about a little bit of what that means. And then earlier this year, the regions, Division of Water Quality and WEMA, we all presented to the state board on where we were with the process. So our main study questions we're really asking statewide is which of these emerging constituents we can detect in freshwaters, bays, and estuaries. Can we see that these CECs emerging from a wastewater treatment plant, stormwater discharges, or are they present at background concentrations in our waters? How quickly do the CECs attenuate, that means diminish, once they're discharged? What are the concentrations and loadings of target CECs in dry versus wet conditions? And which detected CECs have been found to accumulate in sediments and fish tissue? So originally, when that first report came out, we were looking at a 2-year project with sampling and analysis in water, sediment, and tissue. We also wanted to include a non-targeted study. So target is those compounds that we know we have an analytical process for, but we also know that we've been finding them, whereas non-targeted is kind of a big, broad screen, like what do we not know is there? And that there is chemical analysis to detect that. So the target is those compounds we really think we should be looking for, and non-target is kind of a broad screen. And we also had that bioanalytical study. So this was kind of the original big goal of the statewide study. And our scenarios we were looking for were in wastewater treatment plants, rivers and streams, stormwater, wastewater treatment plants in bays and estuaries environment, and wastewater treatment plants in an ocean environment. So Southern California, Central Coast, Bay Area, and Central Valley. So after getting feedback, we altered our plan. We wanted to decentralize the process and rely working closely with the regions and have the regions develop their process. Move away from the pilot study being directed just by a WEMA or the state board. To use our guidance, we said that we would take on more of the science side, which is bioanalytical development. And as Michelle said, both Region 1 is using their swamp discretionary funds to do that. And Region 4 is using directed permit requirements to look at CECs in their water. And then, as I said, we all presented to the board our state of knowledge in 17. So that concludes my presentation. Once again, I just want to say that we've been participating with Region 5 for over a year, I think, year and a half now. And we just want to say thank you and encourage us to continue to work towards those goals of understanding what the sources are and the levels are of CECs in our waters. Thank you.
Are there any questions from board members? Dan?
Yeah, is your literature review on the web for each of the compounds?
The SQURP reports have, we can, if you want them, those have all the extensive, that the expert panel did all the work. That was what they were charged to do, so they did. But as they pointed out, as soon as they got the report done, it was already dated. You know, that challenge of information is emerging constantly in this area, so we're probably going to reconvene. Part of the charge was every 5 years to reconvene the panel. So the thought was that we would be able to complete a pilot study, that information would inform the expert panel, and they could make new recommendations. But with this time frame stretching out, potentially, if we reconvene the panel, it'd pretty much be, as you said, kind of an update of the state of the knowledge of existing research in the world.
But there's a link to the study on your website.
I can get it up there if you want. I'll have to see what we've got for the SQUIRT study. I think we've been working with Division of Water Quality, so I'll see where what our web links are. Okay.
All the water board's websites are at times extremely difficult to traverse unless you are familiar with that particular section. So making it as clear as possible so people can get there. Are there any further comments or questions?
Yeah, I'd like to have a little more discussion about the choice of the panel and the panel participants. I'm new to the board. Does our board delegate to the EO the privilege to select the panel, or does the board have a chance for taking a look at the panel names before they're selected? This is looking back a little bit, but
Yeah,
going forward, we're going to have more panels on various topics, and I'd like to be a little bit more involved.
I think this panel is the state board panel, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's not the regional board.
Oh, it's their privilege then, okay.
And that being said, it was in a contract with Southern California. Sorry, I didn't explain SQUIRP. I hate when people give acronyms and don't explain it. Southern California Coastal Water Research Project, which is a research agency, a monitoring agency that we do quite a bit of work with. And even though they're Southern California, they participate in
Right.
like our HABs, like our harmful algal bloom work throughout the state.
This board has been involved with them
Okay.
in the past. They provide some extremely good consultation.
And so they were part of the state board was not involved with individually selecting the experts. That
Right.
was part of the blue ribbon panel established, the expert panel established through the SQUIRT process.
Any further comments, questions? You guys have a very important role. Is GeoTracker under you also?
GeoTracker?
Yes.
No, it's considered groundwater, so that's under
Your
the
surface water
division.
completely, is that
Yes.
correct?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, with the upcoming, I forget the bill number, AB 1277, I think it is, the data,
Oh, the open data.
the
Yep.
Open Data Act, right. You guys have an awful lot on your plate to be able to implement that. And it's going to be, I'll be watching that. It's going to be interesting to see how that rolls out. But its goal is something that's been sought for a long time, being able to access water data in California, whether it's federal or state or other, through a single portal, and having the tools that are presented in graphical format and those kind of things is really a noble goal. Getting there is going to be very difficult, but I'm sure you guys will be major players in that.
Yeah, Rich, Greg has not been to present to our board.
sorry.
So if you could put in a request that he do so, that would be nice.
Yes, I'd say that, Greg spends a large majority of time, this is one of his real passions, is this open data concept, as well as you said, as you try to navigate websites, is that we think the ability not just to have static reports or written reports is how do we get that data visualized so that people can understand what we're trying to say, and that can also play into decisions. I think communication of information and data is a challenge that this open data initiative is something that's
Right.
going to lead that way. So
Thank you very much.
thank you very much for your time today.
Okay, I believe Cheryl Hune with the City of Sacramento is our next presenter.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Dr. Longley and board members. Again, I'm Cheryl Hune with the City of Sacramento, and I've been asked to come today and give you a stormwater MS4 perspective on the Central Valley CEC pilot monitoring plan. So we joined the discussion in the work groups in late 2016, and there's about 9 of the MS4 agencies out of the 143 Central Valley MS4s that have been participating in the various working group meetings over the past year. Our participation has also included attending and presenting at the May 2017 CEC workshop. And then there's a smaller group of us that's comprised of the Sacramento Stormwater Quality Partnership, the County of San Joaquin, and the City of Stockton that actually came together to develop the MS4 component of the Central Valley CEC work plan. So our approach for the work plan, we started, our work plan was informed and guided by the State Water Board's monitoring guidance that Rich just spoke about, and also meetings with the state and regional board staff. And then recently, we've started coordinating with the POTWs as well. So our work plan, we submitted it in April of 2017. The scope assumes that it would be implemented by the Delta RMP and funded by all the Central Valley MS4s. If the scope would need to be significantly revised if there was limited funding or if the study moved forward with individual agency implementation. We also just received last week a letter with comments from Water Board staff on our work plan, and so we need to sit down and evaluate and have further discussions on those comments. So some of the challenges that we see, especially with starting sampling next July, is that we're still talking about a funding plan. So a funding plan needs to be developed that would be presented to all the agencies in the region. And then another complicating factor is there really isn't an existing mechanism now for Central Valley MS4s to participate in a statewide study or cost share on a study. So we kind of have to get through that hurdle of how would we all participate in funding this study. We also are continuing to work on a consensus on the specific sites that we're going to sample, what constituents will be sampled at what sites, and what the frequency is for that. So we do plan to continue to work with Water Board staff and the POTWs to move this CEC pilot study forward. So our main ask today are we really think that it's important as the study moves forward to get a broader support from MS4 permittees, and so it needs to be distributed out to a broader group than the small group that's been working on it. And I think that can be done once we have our proposed pilot study and a proposed funding plan. We also ask that this Central Valley CEC pilot study be funded and implemented through the Delta RMP. And we think it's important that the framework for the regulatory interpretation of the study results be understood before the study moves forward. So thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now Debbie Webster is going to speak on behalf of POTWs.
Debbie filled out a card too. You know the process. You've been here enough.
But you usually forget my card, and then they have to come tell you, so.
Thank you, Debbie.
There it is.
I'm in so many meetings with you that I just assume you've already
You gotta
spoken.
say it, there you go, whatever. Good afternoon, board members. Debbie Webster. I'm the executive officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and first, congratulations on both of your reappointments. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay, let me do it this way. Okay, here we go. So I just want to give you a little bit of background because we have been significantly involved in this effort. We started, as was mentioned before, we started working with the Central Valley board staff and others 18 months plus ago as we first got the draft work plan. And we've not only worked with them, we've been working more recently with the MS4 community, but we've come together through a stakeholder process because CECs has been a concern that has been expressed in many different forms and in many different places. And it's not just a POTW issue, it's not just, it's a larger issue. During our discussions and early discussions, we had agreement that the study really was best done through the RMP, and there's a number of concerns that we'll talk about why it was addressed. But I did want to mention is we worked also with other regions and talking to them and seeing how they implemented their plans, and most plans have been implemented through regional monitoring programs and funded that way too. So we were going along that model, but there's some other benefits to both the RMP and this study that is why we strongly advocate for the study to happen through there. Finally, when we developed our work plan, we definitely used the State Water Board CEC pilot monitoring program. Our goal is to address this 6 management questions, or at least try to address some of the 6 management questions that Rich put up a little bit earlier. So, but I also want to mention that CEC monitoring is not new to POTWs. You heard that there was a couple of the constituents that have been done. We've done different monitoring, and then we have some POTWs that have done some CEC monitoring. And through that, we had a lot of lessons learned or issues that we felt really needed to be resolved through this study. So some of the concerns that we had is that CECs are different, and I think I'm going to just put these ones down here. I think Rich did a really good job in describing what those are. Certainly the thresholds are not well established. When you get a result, what does that mean? What is its significance is really important. For us, also the laboratory methods, and you've heard me, and I'm going to tell you again, is laboratory methods mean something. We want our laboratory methods to be reliable, that the values you get are accurate. We want them to be repeatable, that a lab can do that test more than once and get the same or similar results. And then we want it to be reproducible, that it's not just one lab that can do it, but the multiple labs can do it and get reliable and repeatable results also, so that we know that that the data is trustworthy. And with CECs, that's a challenge. That's not always out there, and so and it's not always out there for the matrices. So when we talk about water matrices, sometimes a water sample and a wastewater sample, just because they have different chemistry to them, they might not work too. They might not be equivalent. So those are some things that we are concerned about there. Finally, we were concerned that basically a detection is a problem, and being public agencies, how we use our resources is important. And so we like to address our resources where things are really issues rather than they're perceived issues. I don't need to go further on that. Anyways, and then also on that the pilot study would be used for regulatory purposes. Again, when you're trying something out, when you're doing a pilot, that's what it's supposed to be, is a pilot. And so that was part of our concern. And finally, what was the governance, or how was this going to be funded? How were we going to do that? So those were our concerns. So we took steps. We agreed that the pilot study would not be used in a regulatory program. So this is a pilot. We're doing a study. We're not seeing if this is a permit compliance step. And that's also important for those POTWs that want to participate in there. We had agreement on the CEC's monitoring. So we really did look at our reliable, reproducible, repeatable. We looked to see whether or not those methods could actually get down to areas where there are thresholds. So if you can only monitor 10 times the level of the threshold, there's not a lot of value in monitoring. So we wanted to make sure that there was value in that. The phased approach, again, that we looked at ambient, and ambient is really important in answering very much the state board's question about, do we see this in our waterways? Not do we see this in POTW effluent, do we see this in our waterways? And the Delta RMP serves a really good purpose in that those waterways are really the sum of the whole, and they're the ones that are used for, very predominantly used for drinking water and other beneficial uses. So that was another aspect to it. And again, we had this goal to perform the study under the Delta RMP. The RMP has multiple benefits. It's a collaborative process. We have technical review. Things get peer reviewed. You have there's mirrors that we're trying to learn through this program that will be helpful for future steps under the RMP. It's a place where where was that thing? That it's a place where we can, one of the things that we want to learn, and I'll go ahead and do that on the next place, is this communication plan and interpretive data report. We're looking for ways of what does it mean when we do that, and how do we communicate that? And one of the things we learned in this process in talking to different regions and other regional monitoring programs is when you want to go on the cutting edge of science, And you want to do that, but you're trying to balance that. You have a process that is, how reliable is the method? How much do we know how this is impacted? And from there, what kind of steps do we take? And that's why the RMP and different RMPs already have those processes in place. Our RMP needs that. We're trying to get that done, and we think that this is a good pilot for that too, a good learning location. So where we are right now, we're still working on the pilot study. I think Cheryl described some of the issues that we're still trying to work through, doing the pilot plan. We are trying to work this and implement this under the RMP. They have a little bit of their own time schedules, although we've been pushing to push this forward at the RMP. It is being considered finally now, and I say finally because I've been pushing for over a year to make sure that it gets as part of that process. We do have very big concerns. If it's not under the RMP, we're going to need to relook at this. This was a work plan that was designed to be implemented in the RMP, not a POTW effluent type of work plan. And, but finally, I just want to say I really appreciate the collaborative approach that the regional board has taken, our other regions, that the state board's been there, and those kind of approaches, I think, get, in the end, the best use of our funding, the best use of information. You know, it's a well-vetted process. So thank you for that. And I think that that's my last slide. So if any questions?
Any questions, board members? Dan?
Yeah, comment is, I'm uncomfortable with the term pilot study. To me, it's talking about preliminary data that may or may not really tell you something like a good research project would. And to me, I come from an environment where you really take a hard look at the literature. You may do a little bit of preliminary work, but then you really focus on a certain aspect that can make it through a peer review and really help you understand fully what's going on. So what you're telling us is that, you know, there's still a lot of unknowns to really decide what's happening. And to me, my thoughts are there needs to be a little bit more focus given limited resources. Maybe fewer constituents do a better job.
I really appreciate that. I think the challenge for us is what we do in the RMP as a bunch of, in quite a, compared to the state, small POTWs, small MS4, smaller agencies, versus the responsibility of the state and actually the federal government. So a lot of the big missing half with CECs is the scientific basis for understanding really what does this mean, what is its potential effects, and can I actually develop methods like we have for our other constituents that we monitor for effluent purposes? Can we get there? So yes, I agree with you, but I don't think necessarily that our members are the right group to do that.
Well, I think it's broader than that, though. And I'm going to call the gentleman up who just spoke with us again, but you talk about limit of detection. I'm more concerned about limit of quantitation. We're dealing with data which is really on the cusp. It's really difficult to find. The new detection methods, the new analytical methods, rather, have to be robust, but all of that I know goes into developing these kinds of programs. But are there any further questions or comments?
I'll say that I appreciate the willingness maybe of POTWs to engage, and I understand why being part of the regional monitoring program is important, because, you know, I can imagine, you know, the risk of saying, hey, we found a lot of this stuff, have you guys found it? And all of a sudden, like you said, you know, does a concern necessarily equal a problem? So I think that it's important to follow the science and to try to understand what the chemistry is, but to just recognize that the first step is identifying it, being able to quantify it, being able to reproduce it, and you know, also thereafter figure out what the impact is, if there is an impact. So, you know, I appreciate that you represent the industry that's helping bringing this along, when, you know, we kind of do need people to volunteer. So thanks.
Any further questions? Thank you
If I
very
can
much.
just, Dr. Longley, I know you want Rich to come back up for a minute on the analytical, which is a big question, but Dr. Markham, the whole purpose of the SQUIRP study, and we'll need to get you a copy, and they are an extensive and very good research organization, and under their executive director, he puts together many panels, expert panels from across the country that are well-versed in these areas to do this research. And so what they've done is they've looked through all the potential lists of things that could be CECs and come down to a narrow list of those that we already have, some analytical tools that they feel are viable enough to use and to help us at least determine, are they present and at what quantities are they present? I think that's where we are right now. That's the next step of the research, and to find out then where we go from there. Is it something that needs further development in terms of setting standards or the potential impacts to humans? And there has been studies that some of these, they show them in some of these studies that these constituents have been influencing some of our aquatic life. Maybe not so much humans as they do aquatic life. So, so maybe that's the next step of research. But that's been done, so we need to make sure you get that, and that is a peer review kind of a process, official research type project. Here, we're asking our dischargers, we've held off. Other regional boards have started putting it into their orders and others to do CEC monitoring. Much like we're way ahead of the other regional boards for pyrethroids and, or for pesticides and, what was the other one? I forget which, the other one that we're way ahead of. Other regional boards are now doing some of this stuff. Our board made a conscious decision back in 2011 to hold off till we had something from state board. So it takes a long time. We probably should have started doing some of this stuff a long time ago to get some of these answers. So keeping to push it off till we have more and more is, we just need to start gathering some data.
Well, thank you for the background.
And thank you, Pamela and Richard. That basically, Pamela stated what I was going to ask you, but this selection of those compounds is not, unless, I don't think we have any more questions, Debbie. Thank you. Thank you very much. The selection of these compounds is not willy-nilly. They are selected for a very specific reason. And there's a lot of literature behind this, a lot of work by OEHA and other organizations within the state. And these are the particular compounds that we know have toxicological and epidemiological impacts. And these studies are designed to begin to gather some local data on the occurrence of those compounds. And of course, it's difficult because the analytical methods oftentimes aren't there. So you're going into the process of developing the analytical techniques, which is interesting of itself if you happen to be an organic chemist, but probably beyond the scope of what we want to talk about here today. I'm not an organic chemist, but I've been exposed to a lot of it. And thank you very much, Adam. But this, it is a topic that I think is important that we pursue because of the possible, quite frankly, probable environmental impacts that occur, and certainly insofar as drinking, as far as drinking water is concerned, health effects that can occur from some of that.
I know
I know
I'm
when
very
I said
concerned.
exposed, I got myself in trouble. As
Dr.
I said it,
Dr. Long,
I
I know that I am very concerned about these and what they have, and if there are any impacts and how they are easily removed or not easily removed from our treatment plants, either whether it's domestic drinking water or wastewater to our surfaces
Right.
or groundwater. So, because we're all human, we take a lot of medicines, and sick people take really a lot of medicine. And right now, there's no perfect way to administer medicine, just like our nitrates with ag. There's no perfect way to administer stuff so that there's not a lot of waste. And that all goes into our water streams. And so it is a very big concern that we need to address.
Well, if there is an issue, there are somewhat, and I know that Debbie will shudder when I say this, but there are treatment techniques that can be implemented if they're not already implemented. Probably one of the most effective is the use of a strong oxidant such as ozone to degrade these materials, but the daughter products may have worse issues dealing with them, so that's part of the science that has to be pursued.
Dr. Longley? Just I wanted to, before we end the item, I did want to make a couple comments on the Delta RMP comments that were made.
Sure.
So it's a couple things that I did want to say is that I want to thank the groups that took the leadership to work on these plans with us. There's been a lot of time spent in rooms talking about how to do this, and we're getting close, and that I want to thank them for that leadership. And it really does warm my heart to see everyone wanting to do a study through the Delta RMP. We've come a long way in that program, and I think that it is the right place to do this work, just because of the groups. That's a good platform to do the work. But I also want to be mindful that this study needs to be, the goal of this is not to just represent the Delta. The goal is to represent more than that. And so that's where the concern of funding does come up, and we do have to work on that with them.
Thank you very much, and funding is always an important issue. Any further comments by board members?
No, but I'll say that I appreciated your comments, because one of the things that I first think of when these presentations come before me is like, why do we want to do this? And I know that a lot of times I don't want to ask the question, because I'm like, well,
Yeah,
of course, there's
and-
concerns, but when you say that it's been ongoing and now we recognize that these things are there, that helps. We're not doing it just to do it, or just because science is getting to the point that we can. These are things that have been considered, and there's been, it's been studied, and it's been determined that these are significant and should be considered, right?
You bring up an extremely good point, and it would be helpful in future presentations when things of this go on, that at the beginning of the presentation, it's pointed out a little bit of the history. We don't want much of the history, but enough certainly to understand context. Any further?
No, it was a very enlightening presentation, and I thank you for all the information that you shared. Good job, staff.
Thank you. So with that, we will take, yes, ma'am. We're taking a 15-minute break. We'll be back in here at 10 to 2 for the item number 8.
How you doing? Good. How are you? Good to see you. Good job. Thanks for capturing a lot of comments. Appreciate it. I should have said, I'd like to have said it. Thank you. That was great. I really appreciate those comments. We'll make sure we get. That's great. I love that stuff. I love that stuff because that's what we're always pushing, quality data. So thanks. Yeah. Well, we're supposed to be the CEC. Claire Wagner is supposed to be kind of leading the state. We're all there's all these new projects come up, right? So like she's supposed to be kind of leading the initiative, but what we found, and matter of fact, when we had this extra small position, the state it's a long story. But when we had to get rid of contractors and get state staff, we ended up with a position that couldn't be funded. And a bunch of us decided to put it, like the executive officer, decided to put it in her, and it's supposed to be, she's supposed to be leading CEC for the state. Well, what they've done is pretty much just assigned her to the drinking water. And now so I really thought I have to go talk to Karen Larson, go look at it. This was the agreement. You're supposed to be carrying not just recycled water. Claire hasn't really known about that, so I'm really happy. She was supposed to kind of have the website where it's the CEC initiative, and it's important to hear both sides because the panels are the same people. Nancy Denslow and Dan Schlenk, they're the best in the nation. Well, we want to move ahead. I think it's good. I mean, in a good way. There's still some polarization. Sure, but it wasn't. Good. We didn't want it to be that way. I think I should have mentioned, I wish I could have gotten back up again, is that everybody's in such, like I said, we have this mindset of, we have the regulated community to monitor and those values, but what, like Region 2, is that when they occur. If they see data, they'll, and that's what we're trying to do with pesticides. Dave and I are trying to do with the pesticide program is instead of waiting for Team Yell and all this stuff, it's like, how do we get in? So some of this monitoring is surveillance. The thing is people here are so understand compliance monitoring, and that's all they know. They understand, like in my world, I've got effectiveness monitoring, I've got surveillance monitoring, and you don't always have to have Clean Water Act standard lab stuff for us to see the work. If that's the benchmark that you put, then you'll never.
Hi, everybody. Great presentation. When I saw ibuprofen, I said, "Oh, was that just a people tank?" And every day, every time I sit on this board, I learn something. So many things, but this is something that we're now beginning to get into a plan because
that meeting.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the
yeah. Yeah. Compounds. Okay. Okay.
So,
yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, when I heard the presentation, I was like, wow. I'm not a new board member, but all the stuff that you guys introduced us, I mean, it's powerful. It just makes it, all of the stuff we have to focus on, pay attention to protect quality of life. It's simple, but it's complicated if you don't have anybody like you guys focused on something. Good job. So, I mean, usually you just sit here and then you get to go. I said, oh, she's going to do a presentation. It's good to hear. It's good to hear. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good one. It's a lot to think about, so it's all thoughtful. You guys are all the engineers and the scientists. I'm just sitting planner. I think totally different, but you're educated, so that's very good. Thank you very much.
hope you feel better. So anyway, one of the things that I've been pushing on
Michelle, right? Well, thanks for assisting.
I feel like we had gotten to a point where we were trying to start asking questions. We're going down this road of long thing. How is everybody going to use it? Besides just hammering the DPR to use it. Yeah.
It's like, I completely understand that it doesn't so also to the rest of Casper because it's a little awkward to I know what we're trying to achieve, but I have the details to in so that
So I feel like I'm kind of egg
So that room is vacant, but it's locked, so you guys are.
my question is always, we're always, we have a training similar narrative. So why do we need if we have, but if we do have like partnership, that's our representative. How do we use that data? Like if you're sitting in Palo Alto, I have a you suffer a permanent.
that's all part of what that's all part of like because that's like it works for some things where you have some control, but if it's very clear, the solution is it's a legitimate concern about how sure are we that those sites are represented. Well, is there another way to do it? How good does it need to be? So that's
Yeah, I mean, that's a question too.
yeah. But there does need to be a sales rep in Tom, actually, does need to
what they want. That's what they're searching for. They just don't know how to do it.
The thing is, there's been an effort to do what's called interlap variability, which was changing the title to the influence in Southern California. And that's seen as a strategy for discharge. And so right now, everybody is super sensitive to this. Right now, we feel like it's so
We gotta, and I talked to Deborah yesterday. She's frustrated with everything. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, you do know. That's what she talked about yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm gonna talk about that.
their management just doesn't, they don't seem like this is. Yeah, because they feel like, when kids are, taking a lot of time.
We're doing monitoring.
Yeah. No, it is. That's just what.
Well, I know, and I've heard, I'm hearing from her, she's frustrated with the TAC process. I'm hearing from the people, the Aggies, they're frustrated with the TAC process. You're frustrated with the TAC process. Everyone's frustrated. So we gotta do something about it.
We need to have some conversation. Yesterday, they had to follow the order in the petition process. There's just things that are not very clear. Let's sit down and talk about it. Maybe we can just work through it. Yeah, we'll get the comments later.
I said, surface water monitoring, it's done the best we can.
Yeah, and some things that already are on the way to be, so you're kind of valuing the whole situation. I just, we also can work, we couldn't go through millions of dollars in effort. I'm just saying, some of the things we can maybe resolve.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks for being here. And we'll,
Anytime.
I'm gonna try and
It's always
get
an honor
you,
to present our award.
I'm gonna try and get you, with a meeting with Deborah and some others to try and, I kinda wanna speak to you too, because I wanna figure out.
I missed the email, I think was.
We gotta figure out something, that process needs help.
I just wanted to, I just wanted to.
I mean, that's the thing, I feel like. Oh, yeah.
Oh, are you on the TAC? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were on the TAC.
Not really, I mean, I feel like kind of. I kind of.
Oh, yeah, I'll talk to Patrick. See what his plan is. He's kind of the boss of the.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, but, yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen it, but yeah, I mean, I got a little bit frustrated because, I was involved for a while with the proposal and that didn't go anywhere. And
Yeah, it's moving.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah.
Please begin taking your seats.
And I think that's that thing we talk about accountability. I agree, that's where we're trying to. Thank you so much for being here today.
Okay. Mike's on.
Okay, we're back in session. This is agenda item 8. This is the time and place for hearing to consider an order amending a cease and desist order for Valley Water Management Company, Racetrack Hill, and Fee 34 facilities, Edison Oil Field in Kern County. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures that were published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do. Thank you. The designated parties are the Valley Water Management Company. Total times allowed for testimony are as follows. Valley Water Management Company, 20 minutes. All other persons are interested persons and shall limit their testimony to 3 minutes. A timer will be used. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before you testify. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Dr. Longley, there were a couple of documents that were received after the end of the comment period. 2 emails. One is an email from a member of the public, Tim Bishop, and my recommendation would be to admit this into the record. And a second email was actually obtained by staff. This email is referenced in Clean Water Action's comment letter, and it provides a little bit more context. So after the comment came in from Clean Water Action, staff requested that they receive a copy of the email that was discussed in the original comment letter, and my recommendation would also be to admit this into the record.
Do you have copies of those?
We do.
I rule that they be admitted to the record. I concur with your recommendation. And I presume that's the only legal issues. Thank you. We'll now begin with the staff presentation.
Chair Longley, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Ron Holcomb. I'm a senior engineering geologist in your Fresno office, and I've taken the oath. Today I'll present for your consideration an amendment to the cease and desist order that was adopted in 2015 for Valley Water Management Company's Racetrack Hill facility in Kern County. During the presentation, I'll cover some background information. Then I'll go over the proposed amending order and talk about the changes it would bring to the cease and desist order. After that, I'll present some selected comments that we received during the public notice period. And finally, I'll go over the proposed late revisions to the tentative order. Valley Water Management Company operates a wastewater disposal facility on Racetrack Hill in the Edison oil field. As you can see on the map, the facility is located east of Bakersfield and north of the Edison area. Petroleum production wastewater is shipped to the facility by member companies and is discharged to impoundments and to the land surface. The wastewater is disposed through percolation and evaporation. The discharge rate was about 10,000 barrels per day in 2015 when the cease and desist order was adopted. A hydrogeologic investigation ordered by the Central Valley Water Board showed that the groundwater was impacted by salts and boron. The investigation also showed that salts that had accumulated on the ground surface and could be flushed off the property during a storm event threatened to impact nearby Cottonwood Creek, which is tributary to the Kern River. In July 2015, the Central Valley Water Board adopted a cease and desist order that required Valley Water Management Company to continue the hydrogeologic investigation and submit a water balance report, a surface water quality protection report, and a remediation work plan. The order also contains a deadline of January 1st, 2018, at which time Valley Water is prohibited from discharging to surface impoundments or land at the Racetrack Hill facility unless those discharges are in full compliance with waste discharge requirements issued by the Central Valley Water Board. Valley Water's discharges will not be in compliance with waste discharge requirements by the deadline, so they will be required to cease discharging at that time. Many of the member companies have found alternative methods for wastewater disposal and stopped shipping their wastewater to Valley Water. However, 7 members continued to send their wastewater to the facility. During 2017, the average discharge to the Racetrack Hill facility has been 1,500 to 1,800 barrels per day. When Valley Water ceases discharge, these companies will have to stop production. Valley Water is in compliance with the cease and desist order. The hydrogeologic investigation continues, and Valley Water has submitted all of the reports required by the order. They have also conducted 2 pilot studies in an effort to determine treatment alternatives. They found that the treatment methods they studied were possible, but not economically feasible. Valley Water has also joined and participates in the CV Salts program. Edison Beneficial Reuse, or EBR, is a company formed by 6 of the remaining members to address their mutual problem of wastewater disposal. They are proposing an approach that would use injection wells for disposal while they are developing a project to treat and reuse the wastewater for irrigation. If the reuse project is successful, the injection wells would be kept in a supplementary role. EBR needs more time to finish their proposed project. To accommodate their member companies, Valley Water has asked the Central Valley Water Board to extend the deadline in the cease and desist order 18 months to July 1st, 2019. With the greatly reduced wastewater discharge and a discharge history of nearly 60 years, an additional 18 months will not likely result in significantly more degradation. Also, with the time extension, the small companies that are discharging to Valley Water will not have to stop production due to a lack of wastewater disposal. This will save about 20 jobs and about $500 in royalties to shareholders who depend on this income. Staff proposes amending the order by changing a requirement to extend the deadline and adding a requirement that would impose a discharge volume limitation. Staff also proposes amending the order by adding 4 findings to support the deadline extension. I'll go over the proposed supporting findings in the next few slides. The first proposed finding would summarize the 2 alternative disposal methods being explored by EBR: the use of injection wells and the beneficial reuse of the wastewater, and the challenges involved with implementing those methods. The second proposed finding would state that neither of the alternative disposal methods could be implemented before January 1st, 2018. The third finding would state that Valley Water requested the deadline to be extended to July 1st, 2019 to allow time to achieve compliance. And the final proposed finding would state that the cease and desist order was amended in a hearing conducted by the Central Valley Water Board. Four letters were received in response to the notice of public hearing. Valley Water Management Company, Clean Water Action, with signatures from representatives of several other environmental advocacy groups, and the Center for Biologic Diversity commented on the tentative order. I will present selected comments in the next few slides. The comment from Valley Water Management Company was in support of amending the cease and desist order. They pointed out that adopting the amending order would allow additional time to finish alternative disposal projects and ensure economic viability of several small operators. One of Clean Water Action's comments stated that there is no documentation that EVR has been working to develop and implement alternative disposal methods. We responded by proposing a late revision to proposed finding number 38 to say that EVR sent a letter via electronic mail that states neither of the alternative disposal methods discussed in finding 36 of this order could be implemented before January 1st, 2018. Another comment from Clean Water Action stated that the tentative order needs to identify the individual that submitted the UIC application, as mentioned in finding 5 of the tentative order. In addition, there does not appear to be documentation that shows disagreements regarding the ownership of the UIC wells, the injection wells, or complications with the project assignment form that would result in a delayed project needing more time. Our response was to propose a late revision modifying finding 5A and 5B to clarify the history of EBR's injection well project. The next comment from Clean Water Action said that the tentative order does not qualify for exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, on the basis that it does not significantly change the facility. The discharge of wastewater would be transitioned to an irrigation water project or disposal by injection. Both of these projects constitute a significant change. We responded by saying that the adoption of the tentative order will not result in significant changes to the discharge at the Racetrack Hill facility. The tentative order would not cover the alternative disposal projects. We also proposed a late revision that would revise finding 9 of the tentative order to say that amending the cease and desist order is an action by a regulatory agency to enforce provisions of the Water Code and is thus exempt from the provisions of CEQA. Clean Water Action also stated that the tentative order includes the reduced discharge as a finding, but not a requirement. Staff responded by preparing a flow limit to be considered by the board. The proposed new requirement is included in the late revisions and would limit the monthly average daily discharge of wastewater to 2,500 barrels per day. We were also contacted by Valley Water regarding the discharge volume limitation that staff is proposing for the amended order. Valley Water did not agree that a limitation was needed, but after further discussion, Valley Water said that a limit of 3,000 to 4,000 barrels per day would be acceptable. Staff set the limit at 2,500 barrels per day, which will be almost 40% greater than the current average discharge rate, thereby allowing some flexibility while still limiting the discharge. We informed Valley Water that they would be able to discuss their ideas of what the limit should be with the board. The Center for Biological Diversity commented that the discharge poses a threat to the environment and therefore may be in violation of laws, regulations, and policies. We responded by saying, as outlined in the cease and desist order, the Central Valley Water Board shares the concerns addressed in the letter. The cease and desist order was issued pursuant to the California Water Code and orders Valley Water to complete a number of tasks under a time schedule. Well, there we go. Now I'll speak about the late revisions, the proposed late revisions. Staff proposes a number of late revisions to the tentative order. Some of the late revisions are proposed for the amending order itself, and others are proposed for attachment A of the amending order. The complete text of the proposed late revisions has been provided to you in strikeout and underlined format. We propose revision of the title block of the order to change the term Section 13301 order to cease and desist order. We also propose revising 4 findings of the amending order, 1 finding of attachment A, and adding a requirement to attachment A. For the amending order, staff proposes late revisions to revise finding 3, to clarify the status of disposal at the facility, to revise findings 5.A and 5.B, as I mentioned earlier, to clarify the history of EBR's injection well project, to revising finding 8, to support the proposed addition of a discharge limitation, and revising finding 9, to justify exemption from the provisions of CEQA on the basis of the tentative order being an enforcement action. We propose the following late revisions to the attachment A of the amending order. We also propose revising the title block and the headers here to change section 13301 order to cease and desist order. We propose revising finding 38 to state that EBR sent a letter to Central Valley Water Board staff that stated neither of the alternative disposal methods discussed in finding 36 of this order could be implemented before January 1st, 2018. And we propose adding requirement 8, which would set the discharge limitation of 2,500 barrels per day, calculated as a daily average per month. With that, staff recommends adoption of the proposed order, amending the cease and desist order with the late revisions. This concludes our presentation. I would like to enter this presentation, the case files, and the late revisions into the record.
Dr. Longley, this is Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in Fresno, and I have taken the oath. I believe there's just a couple of corrections to the presentation that I would like to make. I think on one of the slides, Ron mentioned that the economic benefit to the royalty holders was $500, and I believe that the real number there is $500,000, not 500. Also, I believe on slide
Clay, now $500,000 over a year or over a period of time that this would be in operation, or?
I don't have the specific answer to that question, Dr. Longley. Do you know, Ron?
I don't know for sure. I believe it's per year.
Per year,
Yep.
okay. And Valley Water can provide clarification when they come up.
Yeah, and I do believe some of the small oil companies are here, and perhaps they can provide clarification on that too.
Certainly.
I also believe, and Ron can correct me if I'm wrong, on slide 23.
And Clay, I'm just wondering if that's a net figure, if that's, we'll
I
find
believe
out.
that's a royalty amount. I assume that is a net figure and not a profit. But on the royalties, I believe it's a percentage of the amount of oil that goes, and whatever the value of that oil is. I also believe on slide 23 that Ron mentioned a revision of finding number 8. It's this one right here. He said finding 8. According to the slide, it's finding 38. So I want to confirm that 38 is actually correct and not 8. Just to correct the record.
Finding 8 is correct.
Okay, so the presentation is incorrect when it says 38.
I mean, 38 is correct, pardon me. 38
Excuse me.
is correct.
It is finding 38, even though in the testimony it said slide 8, or finding 8, excuse
Correct.
me.
That is correct.
I just wanted to make those 2 corrections, Dr. Longley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. Any questions, members of the board?
I have a question on slide number 19, please.
All right, let's go to that slide.
So I believe that, well, what the response is that the the order will be exempt from CEQA, but the order originally was that there was going to be no more discharge. So now if the scope changes to where maybe the alternative disposal method that's either through injection wells or something else, would that also be exempt under CEQA?
I'll defer to our legal counsel on that.
So the amending the CDO itself would be an enforcement action, and there is a specific exemption under CEQA for that. Depending on how the discharger decides to comply with the CDO, whether they cease discharge altogether or find some other alternative, those alternatives would undergo their own CEQA analysis subsequently.
Okay, good. That's the answer that I was hoping for. Okay, and I like that they've been compliant and on schedule until now. You know, and I'm sure they'll address this. I tend to agree with staff that an increase to 2,500 barrels a day on average seems reasonable, given what their average has been. You know, I hope that they'll address why it is they think that they need to go up so much, up to an average of 3,000 to 4,000, but I know that's not yours to answer, right? So, thank you.
Ms. Ramirez, this is Clay Rogers again. I will add that in conversations I had with a representative of Valley Water yesterday morning when I was at a meeting in Bakersfield, they did tell me that they, and perhaps that's changed, but they have since decided that they would not basically contest, that they would accept the 2,500 barrels per day. And I'll let them address that if that has changed since yesterday, or that was erroneous in what I understood.
Any further questions by members of the board? Yes, Dan?
Yeah, I just, how'd the delay happen when this order happened in 15? Was there periodic communications with them month by month, quarter by quarter, to let this delay happen?
We've been in constant communication with them. They submit reports, and we've had meetings. We were approached in October with this dilemma.
And Dr. Markham, this is Clay Rogers again. I'll add a little bit to that. I mean, I think there have been a number of issues going on here. One is there was a pilot study being performed to see if they could treat the water and recycle for agriculture. They found that while they could treat the water, they could not do it economically and get the appropriate water quality. So there were a number of things that, in my understanding, occurred. There also were some issues with their injection well. There were issues with granting of aquifer exemptions, and also an issue associated with, I believe, permits were issued to the Virgil Oil Company to do this, but then, and have the actual injection wells, and there were 4 of them. My understanding is the wells needed to be refitted and deepened. One of those wells was deepened in accordance with their plan. The other 3 were not, as it was discovered that in order for Virgil Oil Company to accept the wastewater from the other members of EBR, it would have had to have been re-permitted as a commercial injection well. And they decided to reorganize into a nonprofit. And as a nonprofit organization, the Edison Beneficial Reuse then has the ability to inject from the 6 companies into the wells. But this additional time is to finish up the permitting that needs to be done with Dogger, get the classifications done. And we're not saying that everything was perfect, and it could not have perhaps been a little bit sooner if things had been perfect. Just like perhaps we don't always respond exactly as quickly as we would like to. But we felt that reasonable attempts had been done to do this. And they also need some of this additional time is needed to deepen these 3 wells, so we make sure that this poor quality water is actually injected into zones where it will not affect beneficial use waters. So some additional time with the greatly reduced volume, adding the limitation to make sure that it didn't exceed that volume, we felt was appropriate, and based upon that, staff felt that this was something that this should be considered by the board, and we would recommend that based upon the economic benefit also, and the fact that discharge had occurred for a very long time and a limited volume probably is not going to significantly increase the issues out there that have to be addressed by Valley Waste, or Valley Water, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to add that when we originally adopted this, I thought we were pretty aggressive on the time limit, but I think that's good because typically things happen that aren't anticipated. Folks come back in front of us. I'd rather they come back in front of us sooner rather than later. We could have made it 18 months from now, and probably we'd be having the same hearing 18 months from now. So at least I anticipated this would happen, but I think they've been proceeding aggressively. They had to because the timeline was short. Any further questions? Thank you very much. Oh, before we go, before we go. You almost got away. Go to slide 29, please. That's 19. I need 20, no, I'm sorry, 23 I need. There we go. So I go to attachment A, and finding 38 is actually in the main body, not in attachment A, as if I'm reading this thing correct. So I think we talked about this already. I think we need to get the record straight on it.
It's in attachment A, Dr. Longley. It's an added finding on page 8 of attachment A. Not the order, but attachment A.
On what page?
Page 8. At least that's what's in my, it may have changed.
That's correct.
That's correct.
It reads, on 9 October 2017, Edison Beneficial Reuse stated that neither of the alternative disposal methods discussed in finding 36 of this order could be implemented before 1 January 2018.
Then I don't have that.
That should, Chair Longley, members of the board, Dale Harvey, I've taken the oath. That document should be in your agenda package.
Yeah, I'm wrong. I just found it.
Okay, so the late revision is
Yeah.
to amend this new 38.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
And Stephanie, you, over here, sorry, it's Carvin. So going back to the, if SEEK was gonna be required, are we gonna end up with a delay again? If there does need to be an analysis?
The analysis would come up when the discharger decides which of the alternative options it decides to do. The way that I read this order right now is that they have to figure out what they're going to do by the deadline. So I think what they're supposed to do is have their plan set and done before July 1st, 2018.
But that doesn't mean that they would necessarily be operational on July 1st, 2019, right?
I think that's what this timeline is incorporating in, the time for that to occur.
So there was a programmatic EIR that Kern County adopted for underground injection control programs and other programs within the oil and gas industry within that county, and they could certainly use that. They could propose a project to the regional board that would require CEQA work to be done. I think what's being contemplated right now is something that would fit under the umbrella of that programmatic EIR, so additional CEQA work wouldn't necessarily be done.
And I'll add just a little bit in that this Clay Rogers again, in that the plan, as I understand it, is to go to these injection wells You know, at some point, if they do find that it's economic to recycle, if we do have to issue WDRs, a discretionary permit at that time, that's when CEQA would have to be addressed and an evaluation made whether the Kern County EIR was adequate to address that evaluation.
And so I appreciate that. And it seems like they're proceeding in good faith. And so I'm not necessarily, thinking that this is just a delay tactic. But given the concerns from, the environmental advocacy groups, I'd want to at least have some idea of what the time frame, whether it really is July of 2019 or if it's going to be some period after that. But I appreciate your answer, Patrick and Stephanie and Clay, so thank you.
Thank you. Ron, did you want to add something?
It's a fine point, but the July 1st, 2019 is the day by which Valley Water will need to cease discharge. So they will not be able to accept any more water, not just to have a plan in place. Okay.
Carl?
Yes.
I'm kind of curious, a number of the organizations are no longer putting discharge here, and that's like 8,000 barrels or something, and the other remaining are here. And I'm going, the alternative here is to have them truck their waste to the same disposal sites that the other entities seem to make work. And perhaps in this case, that's the best idea at this point in time.
We would have to probably explore that option with some of the other companies. Most of that disposal, my understanding is that it has switched to injection wells. They could be modified. They got permitted. They had exemptions, and proposed to do that. Part of the issue is some of these small companies, if they were to do injection and give that water to another company, it would have to be a commercial injection well. It could not be issued to an individual entity. And that's, I think, potentially part of the delay here is that the Virgil Oil Company was working on getting the injection projects done when it was discovered that for the other members of EBR to go to them required a commercial injection well. And, that kind of upset the apple cart a little bit, and they had to go back and get reorganized and work on getting those proper permits in place to perform UIC. So it may not be quite as simple as just giving the water to another entity. As far as we know, none of that 8,000 barrels per day, roughly, is going to surface impoundments. Because certainly that would be an issue with the quality of water that facility had overlying good quality groundwater.
Any further comment?
Chair Longley, just one piece of housekeeping. I just wanted to confirm that the board does have in front of them the late revisions, both two sets of them. Okay.
I do, I just can't read. Very good. Seeing no further comments, thank you very much for your testimony. Now call on Valley Water Management Company. Dale, maybe you could give them some help getting the presentation up if they need it.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jim Waldron, and I have taken the oath. I'm a professional geologist and a certified hydrogeologist working for Valley Water. And I've worked with Valley Water for at least 20 years. So I've seen everything change over the last few years, and am very familiar with the Edison racetrack situation. Based on what I've heard from staff, I'm not sure that there is a lot more that I can contribute to this discussion today, but I can clarify a few things. And the first thing I'd like to clarify is that Valley Water is okay with the 2,500 barrels per month daily average. Just to clarify that. There was some discussion, and that we decided that that was enough of a great enough number that we could operate. So 2,500 is good. The Edison Fee 34 and Racetrack produced water management facility was issued a cease and desist order by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board back in the summer of 2015. That's a long time ago. And as Dr. Longley said, we thought that that was plenty of time to get everything in order. What we found out, though, was that getting a UIC permit, an underground injection permit, is a long and arduous battle. And I'll talk a little bit about that later on. I think I have some background that I'd like to go over with you. We were asked originally to cease and desist in 2 weeks. That just didn't make sense. And the regional board agreed with us and allowed 2 years to explore alternative compliance pathways. This included water treatment, a basin plan amendment, underground injection, and a blended water reclamation reuse project. If we didn't do that, the facility had to close by January 1st of 2018. And since early 2016, we have worked very, very arduously to get everything in order so that we could make that date. It was too soon. One of the things we did was we looked at water treatment to drinking water standards, and that was discussed earlier. We used actually 2 different companies and tried 2 different methods. Neither of those were deemed technologically they were okay, but we couldn't afford the cost to do that, especially for only 1,800 to 2,000 barrels per day. The other thing we looked at was basin plan amendments. We've worked with CV Salts. I'm on the board of CV Salts, and we've been working together looking at exemptions, management zones, regulatory flexibilities that could apply to these facilities. But to date, we're not there. So what we've decided to do is go to underground injection as the primary source of disposal. The biggest problem was the regulatory uncertainty, as Clay talked about, and the stretched timeline that we found that we were in. We actually submitted documents for an underground injection well back in 2015. In fact, it was before that the documents were actually submitted by another entity. But in any case, it took us over 2 years to get a permit, and that permit is actually not finalized at this point in time. What we have to do still is a transfer of the transfer of wells. As was talked about, Virgil Oil was the first company to get the permit. As Clay discussed, we cannot use that permit because then it would have to be a commercial entity. And we do not want to be a commercial entity, EBR that is. So there's some uncertain timing as to the final permit, and the well reassignment is going through even as we speak. The papers have been submitted to Dogger, and Dogger seems to be okay with what we want to do. The disposal well is going to be used as either the primary disposal method or as a backup to reuse. We don't know that yet. We have a letter from Johnston Farms, a nearby farmer, who says that he is interested in our water and would take our water on a 9-month basis. But we have to have something else to do with that water 24/7. So the well would be what we would use. There was some discussion of this being deep injection. It is deep injection. It's into the Vetter Formation. It cost $500,000 just to get one well to the point where it could be used. And we need at least 1 or 2 more as backups. So we're talking about a considerable amount of money that these companies are going to have to expend before they can feel comfortable with what they've got in place. So we talked a little bit about the blended water reclamation and reuse. I don't think that that needs to be gone over any further. We have an interest in going with reuse, but we understand that there is the food safety panel looking into reuse. That will have a lot to do with what we end up doing finally. So we're asking for a time extension. If we don't get that time extension, if EBR doesn't get the time extension, we're talking about shutting in production and bankrupting 7 companies. We'll miss an opportunity to modify those operations and set a precedent for future regulations. We'll miss an opportunity to explore and demonstrate feasibility of alternative compliance pathways, and we'll lose an opportunity to get state funding, which is one of the things we're still trying to do. So we can go through all of this again, but basically the ask is for an additional 18 months to avoid adverse economic impact and allow for alternative compliance pathways to be implemented by EBR. And I'm here as a Valley representative to answer any questions, and hope that you have some.
Questions by members of the board?
I had a question.
Sure.
You mentioned that when you, once the cease and desist order was given, there was a little bit of time that you decided to go with the underground injection.
That's correct.
When that decision was made, was the board staff involved at all? I mean, because my question is the delay, and when you made the decision to go with this, was the staff, our staff, informed of this process along the way?
Yes. Okay. We've had numerous meetings with your staff.
Okay.
And it was really a different prongs that we were looking at the same time. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't that we decided to go with underground injection later in the game. It was part of the initial game.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions?
I'm just a little curious about this commercial entity versus the nonprofit entity. Could you maybe outline what's involved with the commercial entity?
Well, if one of the things you asked about is whether or not we could truck water to somebody else as well. If you're not a part of that company, that consortium, you are then going to a commercial process. What EBR has decided to do was take over the wells, take over the property, and become a nonprofit, much like Valley Water is. That way they can send the water to themselves, basically, and not become a commercial entity.
But if they decided to stay as a commercial entity, which might have short-circuited this process a little bit, what's the difference? I mean, it is a commercial entity. It's an oil production company.
Well, if you take water on a commercial basis, you have a lot of different regulatory hoops that you have to go through that you wouldn't necessarily have to go through as a nonprofit. For the details of that, would you, anybody? Tim? Tim will answer that question when he comes up here.
I think this is Patrick Palupa. To be short, there's a there's a greater degree of regulatory scrutiny placed on commercial enterprises with respect to not only their financial ability and other abilities, because frankly, I think the state and other regulators did not want there to be situations where you had commercial entities that were undercapitalized or not subject to full regulatory scrutiny that just became dumping grounds for oil field wastewater or other type of wastewater. So if you keep it all in-house, there's a certain level of financial integrity and accountability that you would have that wouldn't necessarily be in place if you were just a commercial disposal facility absent those regulations. So the regulations absolutely put additional regulatory hurdles in place if your business is accepting oil field wastewater. So, it is a complex regulatory scheme. I think, the intent behind it is complicated, but and we can certainly have a longer discussion about that. But the regulations do change a little bit when you become an entity that basically accepts waste for profit.
I guess my question to you, Patrick, is do you have concerns about the nonprofit versus a regulatory?
I do not. I mean, I think for the purposes of what this board regulates in terms of discharges that could affect groundwater in this vicinity, whether or not it is a commercial entity is less relevant to our regulatory process, but very relevant to injection facilities and other things regulated by other regulatory agencies. And at the bottom line, we care about the impacts to water quality, whether it's a nonprofit or a commercial facility.
What about bonding for cleanup and stuff like that I assume would be involved with a commercial operation, but maybe not a nonprofit, should something go wrong? How do we ensure the financial capabilities of the company to make sure that?
And those are largely questions that are the purview of Dogger when it comes to an injection facility.
Well, we can get in trouble, is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
because of water quality, so it's an issue for us also.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the financial integrity of all the facilities that we regulate is a question that we look at, and I think that with this order, essentially, we are pushing them towards a no discharge standard, which is the direction that we're trying to make things go with Valley Water, and we're giving them more time to do that. If they're creating a new facility today, if they're regulated by Title 27, some discharges are and some discharges aren't. We'd be looking at those financial mechanisms. And certainly when we look at cleanup facilities and cleanup plans, financial accountability is a big part of the picture, that you don't have folks running away from a discharge and impacts that they've created. I think to a certain extent, a lot of those impacts would be discussed in the context of a different type of order. If we're issuing waste discharge requirements for the ongoing release of certain constituents, and particularly when those involve Title 27 facilities, we would be looking at financial assurance mechanisms. In the end, this is a cease and desist order, so those discussions become a little less relevant, but certainly something that the board will keep an eye on.
Any further discussion? Thank you very much. Okay, I have a card for Chris Reedy. Okay, moving on to Keith Nakatani. And after Keith, I have a card for, if I get the last name correct, Tim Smade.
Excuse me just a second.
Tim Smale, excuse me. Trying to figure out whether that was an L or a D. Not a problem.
Good afternoon, Keith Nakatani. I'm the Oil and Gas Program Manager for Clean Water Action. I think some of the board's questions just now are getting towards some of the problems that we're having with supporting this. I mean, we are in opposition, of course, and I'd just like to expand on some of those things. I think maybe it could better help you make your decision. So One thing is that, as you know, the facilities in question have been polluting groundwater for over 25 years. So this is not something that's newly discovered. It's been going on for quite a while. Number two, the original CDO, as been mentioned several times, was issued on July 30th, 2015. And the time frame to come into compliance was for 2.5 years, which in our opinion was overly generous. Three, that it was overly generous was demonstrated by the staff, who recommended that the time frame be 1.5 years. And four, I think this is a really important point, is that the original 2.5 years was enough, was that, as was discussed earlier, there were a number of members of Valley Water who have since found alternative disposal facilities. So what we're talking about now is a group of 7 that have not for some reason, and that they are asking for another 18 months. It doesn't really make sense why these 7 couldn't have complied within the 2.5-year time frame. 5, the tentative order makes an unsubstantiated statement that alternative disposal methods can't be implemented by January 1, 2018 as required, but there's no evidence of why that is the case. All we hear is repeated statements that they can't make it by that deadline. 6, to try and support that claim, the order says that delays by Dogger prevents the January 1 timeline. But again, there's no evidence to that regard. In fact, in the response to comments, Dogger issued a preliminary permit in July of this year, and then there was this back and forth about commercial entity versus nonprofit entity and name changing. It seems like a pretty savvy tactic to try to extend, to try to get a longer time frame. Another issue is the tentative order makes another unsubstantiated statement that the requested time extension will result in significantly less impact on groundwater. But again, there's no evidence to support this. So what you have is a bunch of unsupported statements in support of this extension, but there is no evidence of why it is needed. So Valley Water's comment that the UIC permitting process is slow, Valley Water has mentioned that the UIC permitting process is slow and that January 1 is too soon. But if you look on page 4, this is the comment I made earlier, page 4 of the staff's response to comments, that in July this year, Dogger issued a preliminary UIC project permit. So now all of a sudden it sounds like the nature of the project has changed, that there is a deepening that needs to happen. But again, the question is, why wasn't that up front at the beginning of this 2.5-year time frame rather than now? So the only logical conclusion would seem to be that this extension cannot be supported. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much, Keith. Tim Smale. And the next card is for Bob Gore.
Dr. Longley and the board, my name is Tim Smale. I'm here for 2 companies. One, my own company, Sequoia Exploration, which is a member of EBR. I happen to be president of EPR, so I think I can probably answer any questions you have on the timing here. And we actually...
Excuse me, sir, have you taken the oath?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I did not.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do.
I do.
Thank you.
We actually have made an injection well. We did deepen the injection well. We tested the injection well, and it'll take all our water. Our problem is kind of a legal, technical issue. Is we're currently configured, we were configured initially as an LLC. And the Dogger objected to that, and they felt we might go into a commercial well category, which we cannot afford. So we have recently redid the corporation to a nonprofit. Matter of fact, we are just like Valley Water. And Valley Water has a facility on the west side called BV2, where they take other oil companies' water and inject it into their facility. So we have duplicated Valley Water up there on Section 34. Until we have permission from the Dogger to actually take our water and inject it into this well, we're stuck. And that's not going to happen by the end of this year. We need at least a few more months, maybe 6 months more to finish that process with the Dogger. And also, one injection well is not enough because they have problems sometimes, so we have a permit for 3 more, and we intend to pursue that. And we're also starting a second UIC project called a water flood. So it's a long time getting here, and we spent a lot of money to get here. We're like that. So we throw ourselves on the mercy of the board for the extension. I don't think we have any intention of putting this thing out 18 months. We want to be done and comply with the CDO as quickly as we can. We're small companies, mom and pop companies, and you know it's oil prices have been low, and we've struggled to meet our financial obligations just to stay in business, let alone comply with the CDO. But we're almost there.
And, Mr. Smale, is it because of the size of these companies that alternative methods like shipping the waste off to other places is financially impossible?
Yes, and what's not understood in some of the comments is the other Valley Water members who are no longer using the Racetrack Hill facilities always had and used their own injection wells. So they simply elected for a time period to turn off the leases that went to Valley Water. And that's why the throughput through Valley Water went down so dramatically from 10,000 barrels a day to where we are right now. The 6 of us had no alternatives. We did not have permitted injection wells. Some of us are working right now to get our own, but it takes time to work through the regulatory process. And this whole thing started almost 2 years ago, and we're, like I said, we're almost there. So we plead mercy with the board to get the extension.
Any further questions for Mr. Smale? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Bob Gore, following Bob Gore, Wilson Rose. Bob, that was a low blow. You know that. Yeah, we'll make that on the record. Mr. Rose, it looks like it's your turn. And following Mr. Rose, I have Holland Kretzman.
Hi, my name is Wilson Rose, and I actually didn't take the oath. I thought I wasn't part of the.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Is the testimony you're about to give the truth? If so, answer I do.
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Wilson Rose. I'm one of the owner and operators of Petrol Resources out of Kern County. We're also part of the EBR organization. First of all, want to thank you all for taking the time to speak with us and hear us out and see about working with us on getting this project done. As everybody said before, EBR is a group of small companies. Most of the larger companies were able to go into their other programs, projects rather quickly, whereas we didn't have much of a fallback. So we band together to try to help keep each other going. By small outfit, I mean I have 3 partners, myself, my father Kent Rose, and my grandfather Joe Rose. We were all, it's a very small, tight-knit family in the Kern County area. And we're doing everything we can to get this together. The whole group together at EBR has done roughly $500,000 on this well. which is a big number for such small outfits, and we're trying to pursue it as fast and as meaningful as we can. And I have actually here, one of our personnel couldn't be with us due to some illness, and she asked me if I would submit a letter from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory that was thanking us for working with them on the CERC project, which is, I don't know, who do I hand this to, if I can.
Over here.
Oh, sorry. And with that letter, I just want to say that we're excited to work with everybody, and we want to continue to work with everyone to find other alternative water management and treatment programs that will benefit us and benefit the state.
Just out of curiosity, to get some idea of scale, you say you're a small producer. What is your average daily production?
In the Edison area, let's see here, about 25 barrels, maybe about, well, right now at this moment 25, but with some of our wells are down due to the price of oil. If we got everything going, we could do upwards of maybe 35 barrels.
So for 25 barrels, what's your total production of water and oil?
25 barrels of oil, about 250 barrels of water. Or 350.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Chair Longley?
Yes.
So I do have a copy of this particular letter that the commenter provided. I don't recommend admitting it into the record, but if you could describe the contents of it, I think that would work for now.
Yeah. So in the letter, basically, they were thanking us for being able to provide groundwater or oil-produced water. Sorry, not groundwater. That we're using and testing and trying to find alternative methods for treating said water, either be chemical process or biological process blending, to see where the next best step could be to treat that water and use it as best see fit.
Very good.
Wonderful.
Any questions? Yes, Dan, do you have a question?
Is the additional time adequate for you?
I believe so. We're kind of one of the smaller of the small fries. And so, you know, we're literally, our outfit is directly neighbor to Sequoia. And I would venture to say that, yeah, I believe we could easily get it done at that point.
The reason I ask is, in my view, this is going to be a real deadline.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good. Are there any further questions? Seeing none? I thank you for your comments. We'll move on now to Holland Kretzman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Holland Kretzman. I represent the Center for Biological Diversity in Oakland, California, and I have taken the oath from earlier. I wanted to come today to hear from my own ears the proposal from the staff to extend for 18 months further water pollution and contamination. When I read the proposal, I was in disbelief that a discharger who has already been found to violate the law, already been found to have polluted groundwater, and has already been given 2.5 years to comply with the law, is nonetheless being granted an additional 18 months, a grace period to flout the protections that we in the public depend
Excuse
on.
me, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that has not occurred at this point in time. It has not been granted, it's being discussed.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. The proposal from the staff to extend the permit left me in disbelief. And what is that based on? An email from the companies with a financial interest in this extension is basically all that's in the record to support these contentions that an extension is necessary. And in fact, the record contains just the opposite evidence, that there are companies that have found a way to comply with the law that don't require further violations as part of their business plan. And so that leads me to think that the board's mission to protect groundwater is best served by rejecting this permit. And I think the public's trust and the public's faith in this board will be tested by its decision today. If the board prioritizes oil company interests above protecting water, if it allows companies to simply ignore the law based on their say-so, that trust is going to be come into question. Groundwater quality is crucial for farmers in the area. We talked a lot about, we heard a lot about from EBR member companies about the economic impact to the oil industry, but what is the economic impact to agriculture or other folks that rely on having clean and ample supplies of groundwater? I think that the board should consider that as well. The proposed extension here is not a cease and desist order, despite its name. It's simply a giveaway, plain and simple. And it's sacrificing our groundwater so that the oil companies can make an extra few bucks. The January deadline is more than generous, and we encourage the board to reject this unnecessary and ill-conceived extension. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? I guess that my comment is that these companies are the smallest, and it's small mom and pop companies that have the biggest problem. They tend to be underfinanced from what I've learned. If we in fact put them out of business, bankrupt them, then the state becomes responsible for cleanup and issues of that sort. My own feeling is I'd rather keep these people in business so that we have a revenue flow and a mechanism of ensuring that we do in fact protect clean water quality. So I have to, quite frankly, discount your comments. I don't think they're fully informed on the situation here. But that be it as it may, I thank you for your testimony, and we'll move on to the next person.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Nicole Granquist? Very good. At this time, then, take a closing statement by Valley Water Management. Take a closing statement by staff.
Dr. Longley, Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in your Fresno office. The only thing I'm going to have is just to reiterate the staff recommendation that the extension to the cease and desist order be adopted with the 2 sets of late revisions. Thank you very much.
Clay, is the 18 months necessary, or could it be a shorter time?
It potentially could be a shorter time. You know, I think our goal is to look at this and follow it closely, make sure that they're pursuing this diligently to get this done. If it can be done in a shorter period, to get it done in a shorter period. But I also don't want to be back here in 12 months having the same discussion.
And
with the reality that, you know, in 18 months, if we're back here having this discussion, the likelihood that I would stand up here and recommend an extension may not be as high as it is today.
And what is the impact on producers, on water quality and so forth if we don't adopt this today?
Well, the impact is that if those 7 companies do not have a place to put their wastewater, you know, they will have to shut the wells in They will not be able to produce the oil. They will not be able to generate the revenue. They would not have the royalties to pay to whoever actually owns the mineral rights. And the 20 employees, I believe 20 is the proper number, would probably be laid off. Now, would all of the companies actually go bankrupt? I think some of the other companies have operations outside of this, but it certainly would probably be a significant impact on their operations, because I don't, none of them are sizable companies by any means.
I'm asking also about the impacts on water quality if these folks are out of business.
Well, I mean,
There are site cleanup requirements, is that correct?
There are site cleanup requirements. Those requirements are actually upon Valley Water. And whether this would affect Valley Water's ability to pursue cleanup and finish all the operations and eventually closure of these facilities. I don't know that I have enough information to really answer that question. I suspect, but it's just suspicion on my part, which maybe Patrick or Stephanie want to stop me from making, but is that whether this facility continues to operate may not have a significant impact upon Valley Water, because they also operate other very sizable operations. This is a smaller portion of Valley Water's operation than some of the facilities they operate on the, also on the east side, but very large facilities they operate on the west side of the valley.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Comments? Very good. Take a recommendation from the executive officer.
So I just would like to remind the board that when this item was being heard, and as the advisory team, we struggled with what was the appropriate timeline. And one of the things driving a lot of the board's decision was centered around the smaller, the big guys, the big companies that were discharging to Valley Water weren't of much of a concern as the smaller operators. And at that time, they pleaded with you to consider them. This involves not just the water board, it involves Dogger and their permitting activities, and there are a lot of more complications involved here than just simply between the board and the discharger, where it's typically just that. And we struggled with, I remember Patrick and Adam and I talking to you and Denise on what was the appropriate timeline. We gave it our best shot. And these smaller facilities have been doing their due diligence. It's just they need a little bit more to get them across the line. Yeah, we could change it from 18 to 12 months. You could make it 6 months, but then I have an idea we'd just be back here, and I'm also thinking of the staff time in order to make these revisions. That doesn't mean that staff will not be working with them and with Dogger to make sure we move this forward as fast as possible. So this isn't really about saving Valley Water, it's about saving these 7 small companies from having to go under. And the board is sympathetic to that, and and it's up to you to decide if you want to continue to be that sympathetic to them staying in business. But I think they're in order. They need to still do their job to get this injection well in place so that they can have an alternative disposal and operate it. They're talking about a very small company that's regulated through Dogger, with our overview of the material and the permit, and to making sure that there won't be consequences to water quality as a result of that injection well. So I recommend the board approve this as proposed by staff.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff by board members before I close? We'll go ahead then and close the hearing, and deliberation and voting now is your responsibility.
Dr. Longley?
Carl?
Yes.
I'll say a few things then.
Go ahead, Bill.
I remember voting on this, and I voted for that because of the people involved. I thought they presented their case well. And you referred to a pleading, but I found a lot of dignity also in that. So pleading kind of implies other words, but they're doing a dignified ask for what they like. But at that time, I thought this was a firm deadline, and I still feel that way. At some points, you just have to take actions to demonstrate to everybody else that's a player in this that the board is working to improve water quality in the region with these issues. And it came to us because another agency was not doing their job. And I think our staff has done excellent work. I appreciate that. And the board sometimes has to make different decisions. And I don't know what this board will decide, but I mean, I think first I see no reason to have a limit more than 2,000. And based on the fact that they can have at least one injection while running in 6 months, I'd give 6 months. But that's kind of where I am.
Raji?
Well, after hearing everything, I would agree with Pamela's recommendation and staff's recommendation. And so I would be in agreement with the staff to recommend the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Any further comments? Yes.
So I agree with some of the comments by Board Member Schneider in that there is, dignity and it's justified. I think one of Mr. Schmale said that he was here to ask for mercy, and I don't know that that's the right word, but we certainly appreciate it, and certainly you came across sincerely. To me, it seems that the people that are before us, the ones that will be impacted by extending or not extending this time, recognize that coming before the board, you can only come to that well, one time before people are going to be less sympathetic. So it seems to me that they've been operating in good faith. Maybe they haven't been the quickest or the easiest or maybe the most sophisticated, but certainly have been making good faith efforts. So that to me goes a long way. I'm also sympathetic to the point where smaller operating companies might not have the same options as the other one. It's the equivalent of, if my car breaks down, do I have the ability to just go out and get another car, or am I stuck? And it sounds like the people who did have the ability to go get another car and take their wastewater somewhere else did. And we're left with the smaller companies that don't really have a choice, that really need to work together and are asking us to work with them. So I am sympathetic. I'm glad that they're not contesting or trying to go past the 2,500 gallons. I thought that didn't sit well with me. I am concerned about the 18 months. I'd like to see it shorter to 12 months, but I have a feeling that if they can get it done faster, they will. And I also am conscious of the staff time. So I am inclined to support staff's recommendation at this time as well, with the warning that I feel really close to the edge on this. So I don't know that I would be inclined to entertain any further requests for time. And I certainly thank the people here who were speaking in opposition. I think they're, outnumbered, and they speak boldly and honestly and impassioned, and I appreciate that. But I need to, as my role up here, I try to balance the task that I'm charged with by the governor and the state, balanced against what is reasonable, and so that's kind of why I fall where I do today.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? I think, Carmen, you pretty well summed up my feelings probably more eloquently than I could. To provide a little context, the one gentleman said that they were producing about 35 barrels of water and oil, I believe, and that would mean a total of about 3,500 gallons, and about 500 of that's oil. So we're talking in the order of 3,000 gallons, maybe, of water a day that has to be disposed, as opposed to for many discharges, you're talking in acre feet, given the largeness of their operations. These guys are very small, there's no doubt about that. And, you know, you from comments I've made previously during this hearing, you know my thoughts on some of the other issues. Certainly, I am concerned about the small operators for a number of reasons. I'd like to keep them in business, but not only to keep their employees working, that's important, but also we need to ensure that we have our fingers on them and on their process, and that we do get cleanup down the road in a timely manner. And all of that's important. We deal with sites from time to time where we can't find the folks to pay for it, and that creates problems for us from the standpoint of water quality and from just not being able to get to a site because of the funding issues. With that said, I need a motion if we're going to have a motion.
I motion to approve staff's recommendation and adopt the proposed amendment for the cease and desist order with the late revisions.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Dan seconded. Roger made the motion. Dan seconded. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Ms. Brower?
Yes.
Dr. Markham?
Aye.
Ms. Ramirez? Mr. Schneider? Ms. Kadara?
No.
Dr. Longley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carried, but it just barely carried, and I think that should be a warning. You've heard it from Ms. Ramirez, Board Member Ramirez, and I have to just repeat it. There's not going to be a lot of sympathy if you were to come here next time. I don't think staff would be nearly as generous in their testimony either. So I wish you the best of luck. 6 months would be a hell of a lot better than the time you were given, and if we can hear in 6 months that you're in injection wells and the problems behind you, this board would take that with a great deal of gratitude. Thank you very much, and we will take a 15-minute break, be back here at 3:30 before we move on to agenda item 9. Please take our seats. We're getting ready to come back into session. We're back in session. On agenda item 9, at this time, the board will hear an update on the oil field program. This is an information item only, and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. After the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board, and we'll now hear the staff presentation. Dale Harvey.
Hello, Dr. Longley, members of the board. My name is Dale Harvey. Hang on a sec. I'm a supervising engineer from the Fresno office, and I'm also the board's oil field program manager. As Dr. Longley said, Chairman Longley said, I'll give you an update on what we've been doing in the oil fields. The last such update was in April of this year in Fresno, and a lot of what I'll say is kind of calibrated towards what's happened in between. During my presentation, I'll provide you just a little bit of background. I'll talk about discharges to land and the progress of our food safety expert panel. I'll explain what we've been doing with respect to underground injection control and inform you of our activities related to well stimulation, which includes hydraulic fracturing and other stimulation methods. And then I will tell you about a couple of staffing changes that we have for this fiscal year. So California, since April, is still the United States' third largest oil producing state. That hasn't changed. Most of California's oil production is still in the Central Valley, San Joaquin Valley. Most of it's actually in Kern County. Each barrel of oil is typically accompanied by 10 to 15 barrels of formation water called produced water or produced wastewater. In my presentation, I'll call it produced water. In 2016, Central Valley oil production generated about 1.97 billion barrels of produced water that needed proper disposal or recycling. That is down from 2015 just a tad. Oil production also generates other wastes, including sludges and solids that need proper disposal to protect water quality. One of the ways that oil field operators dispose of produced water is by discharging to land into ponds where the produced water evaporates or percolates. The universe of ponds is pretty wide. On the left is a large pond system that may receive tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of barrels of produced water per day. On the right is a much smaller pond that may receive only a few barrels of produced water per day. Note that the pond on the right has oil on its surface and is therefore netted to keep out wildlife. If you will recall, in 2014, board staff implemented a work plan to assess and address discharges of oil field produced water to ponds, many of which were unregulated at the time. Staff inventoried and inspected all known ponds and issued cleanup and abatement orders to those pond operators that were operating without waste discharge requirements. In April of this year in Fresno, this board adopted 3 general orders for discharges of produced water to ponds. Each general order was designed to address 3 discharge scenarios. The first is where the discharge is of good quality and meets the effluent limits for EC, chloride, and boron that are in the Water Quality Control Plan for the Tulare Lake Basin, or Basin Plan. The second is where the discharge does not meet the Basin Plan effluent limits, but can comply with the state's anti-degradation policy because of unique site conditions or construction. And the third is where the discharge is in an area where first encountered fluid is oil, there is no groundwater, which is pretty rare, or groundwater that does exist is of such poor quality that it is suitable for a basin plan amendment to remove all designated beneficial uses. Since the April board meeting, staff has been working to enroll operators under the general orders and have been concentrating on those operators without waste discharge requirements. So far, we've received 30 notices of intent for coverage under the general orders for 43 facilities. As you can see, we have not received any notices of intent or NOIs for coverage under General Order 1. We believe this is because General Order 1 would apply on the east side of the valley. Generally, facilities there are currently under older WDRs or under individual waste discharge requirements for irrigation projects. The former will be addressed after we address those that are not under waste discharge requirements. The latter will not be addressed by the general orders. The 30 NOIs cover 88 ponds of the region's 546 active ponds, and that's about 16%, I believe. Of those NOIs that we've received, we've provided written responses on 22. The remaining 8 have been reviewed and comment letters are under management review. We have issued 1 notice of applicability for coverage under General Order 3.
Dale, when you talk about General Order 3, you're talking about, as I understand, areas on the west side typically that have a lot of clay and, as you pointed out, no usable groundwater. Is that correct?
For the most part. Clay can talk to you a little more about the geology, but generally we expect most of the operators on the west side, west of the structural anticlines in the oil fields, to fall under General Order 3.
And these are typically west of I-5, would that be appropriate?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Right. Whereas the current fields along the Sierras don't have geological conditions, soil conditions that would not be appropriate for 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
We are continuing to work with the dischargers to obtain, the information that we need to place them under the appropriate general order, and that's been the biggest problem, is getting the information. Another area that we're focusing on is closing produced water ponds. Staff is reviewing about 42 pond closure plans for 55 facilities. This is 171 out of about 1,074 of the total produced water ponds in the region. And again, this is about 16% of the total ponds. Right. Total ponds are active and inactive, whereas before I was just talking about the active ponds.
Before you go on that, and so about 16%, what is the probability of being able to close many more than that? 171 you talk about, 1,074. Are there additional ponds out there significant number of additional ponds that could be closed?
Well, if you look at the total pond number is 1,074.
Right.
And what was the other number? 564 from the couple pages ago. You could subtract that, 546. So the number of inactive ponds is that difference.
Okay.
And we could probably close most of those ponds.
Okay, good.
Eventually. Okay. So to continue, when we're reviewing these pond closure plans, basically what we're looking for is to make sure that they're going to be closed in a manner where they don't threaten groundwater quality or surface water quality, and they're protective of public health. And there's a kind of a range of the types of cleanups that are proposed for those. Staff is also working with the dischargers to ensure that data requirements for closure are adequate but not excessive. So, 4 pond operators have not responded to the cleanup and abatement orders that were issued in 2014, 2015, or submitted notices of intent for coverage under the general orders. We've issued 6 related notices of violation to these operators. We've also issued 2 notices of violation to an operator who was discharging without waste discharge requirements. Because we intend to pursue additional progressive enforcement, and these matters may end up in front of the board, I can't really say too much more about them. What I can say is that for the 6 ponds and the 4 operators, 6 ponds, those ponds are on the far west side. They're small facilities, and they really don't present a threat to groundwater quality. So while we want to pursue enforcement, it may be a while before you see it. So, in accordance with our fiscal year 17-18 work plan, I'm going to deviate from the time since April. This is since July. Staff has conducted 44 inspections, basically, of oil field facilities. 32 of these were normal compliance inspections where we schedule the inspection, go down and make sure the facility's in compliance with its waste discharge requirements. We've also responded to 9 spill inspections and 3 complaint inspections. So far this year, we're far ahead of our performance targets that we report to State Board. We will also continue to inspect these facilities to meet our performance targets and to respond to spills and complaints. So another way to deal with produced water is to reuse it. The 4 water agencies on the screen comprise approximately 105,000 acres and use approximately 40,000 acre-feet of produced water per year to supplement irrigation supplies. This is about 310 million barrels of produced water. They are able to do this because the produced water on the east side of the San Joaquin Valley is typically of good quality with respect to salinity and boron. However, this practice is not without controversy. To address concerns about whether irrigation with produced water could result in oil field-related chemicals in food crops at levels of concern, in 2015, this board staff put together a food safety expert panel. Panel members include plant physiologists, toxicologists, public health experts, risk assessment specialists, and others from the US EPA, our sister agencies, including the California Departments of Public Health and Food and Agriculture, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, and others, and academia and private sector. The role of the panel is to advise this board and produce a white paper with recommendations. The goals of the panel are to identify data gaps and how to address them, to involve our sister agencies and others, to involve and get input from experts in food safety, and primarily to ensure that water is safe for irrigation, the produced water is safe for irrigation. Staff's roles in the effort have been to manage the data, help facilitate and participate in the panel meetings, and to assist with the preparation of the white paper. Since April, we've accomplished the following things with the food safety effort. We've held 3 public meetings, 1 in late April, 1 in June, and 1 in November. We've held a roundtable meeting and a conference call with the panel to discuss various topics. We've successfully brought under contract a science advisor for the board, Dr. William Stringfellow of Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory and the University of Pacific, to help advise the board as the effort moves forward. Dr. Stringfellow is sitting right over here to my left. Staff has also supervised several rounds of crop sampling and completed a memorandum of understanding between the board, the oil companies, and the water agencies that are responsible for generating and distributing the produced water for irrigation supply. I will speak about these last 2 bullet items more in the next couple of slides. Due to concerns expressed by the public, Coelho Water District, which is the biggest irrigator, in 2015 began voluntarily sampling crops for oil field constituents. In early 2017, the board was directed to take a greater measure of control over sampling efforts. The board staff therefore began supervising sampling efforts. In March and April, we oversaw the sampling of citrus. In July and August, garlic. In August, grapes and almonds, and in September, pistachios. The board's science advisor has examined the citrus data and presented his preliminary results in the June Food Safety Expert Panel public meeting. Based on the data collected to date, well, actually, let me back up. He's finalizing a report on that we should be getting in the next couple weeks, I think. He's also reviewed the data associated with the other crops in a preliminary manner. And based on the data that we've got to date, there doesn't appear to be any public health issue with the use of produced water for irrigation on these crops. That may change as data gaps are filled in and we receive more information. Another accomplishment that I talked about was the development of this Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between the Central Valley Water Board, the oil companies, and the water agencies. These entities in the MOU are referred to as permit holders. The MOU was signed by the parties in June and is intended to fund necessary studies to fully evaluate this irrigation practice. Staff, with the input of the Food Safety Expert Panel and the Science Advisor, is currently negotiating with the permit holders on a scope of work or scopes of work to complete 3 tasks, as shown on the screen. The first is a hazard assessment of oil field chemicals that could potentially affect crops, a comprehensive literature review of produced water reuse in agriculture and the related oil field chemicals, and continued crop sampling. I've left the tasks on these screens so you can kind of refer back to them. We've been working with the panel, our science advisor, for several months to develop these scopes of work that I talked about. In mid-November, we received comments from the permit holders on a scope of work to complete tasks 1 and 2. Staff reviewed and our science advisor has evaluated the comments that were provided by the permit holders. We will next be seeking the expert panel's input on some minor revisions to the scope of work for tasks 1 and 2. And we will continue to work to finalize and implement these tasks as soon as we can. The permit holders provided no specific comments on the work of, or scope of work for the crop sampling, however. Instead, we got an email that stated that the landowners will not relinquish control of crop sampling through the MOU process. One of the primary purposes of the MOU is to ensure that the scientific studies are performed in a manner that shields them from even the slightest perception of potential undue influence of the permit holders. Access to land is required for sampling. However, if the landowners maintain control over the sampling, it could cloud the study results in the eyes of the public and the scientific community. Staff would like the board's input on this specific matter. As I said, we do have the board's science advisor here today. We also have Dave Ansolaba here of the Coelho Water District here who can provide the permit holder's perspective.
Well,
given...
Yes, that's, you pointed out, I think, the critical point here. This study has to stand as an independent analysis, your 4th bullet.
Okay.
There has to be control over the sampling through the use of the MOU task order. So I think we're at an impasse, it would appear to me.
Well, can I ask a question that's related? What does oversight really consist of? And is that the acts of oversight, really undo the entire integrity of this?
Well, the way the crop sampling was performed this last go-around was that staff went down there and basically watched contractors who were paid by Coelho collect the samples. The samples were then transferred to staff, and staff sent them off to the lab.
Well, it's my understanding there's statistical technique that's used to somewhat randomize where the sampling takes place.
Right.
And that, in fact, that those contractors are directed to where to sample. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so that I think that's our concern, is the study
Exactly.
design and stuff like that should be left up to an
And
independent body.
and without that degree of control over the sampling, you know, the study itself is jeopardized.
So I understand that. So oversight also includes the location of the samples, a location of where those samples will be taken
Right,
from.
where we're gonna sample, how many samples, what kind of constituents we're gonna be looking for. All that thus far has been provided in a scope of work, or no, not a scope of work, a sampling and analysis plan provided by Coelho, and then we've been negotiating with them for changes.
Well, it appears to me that from what I've been hearing, and both Raji and I are the two board members that are involved with the food safety expert panel. So certainly updates are provided. And I talked to Clay quite a bit. I don't know, it seems to me we're at an impasse, and I think we need to also talk about what are the alternatives. If we don't get the kinds of control we need over the sampling, then I'll ask our,
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Real quick? Can we talk about this topic after I finish updating you on the rest of the topics?
sure, go ahead.
And then
Go
that
ahead, we'll
way-
need to come back to that, though.
That way the
Well,
Coelho
hang
and-
on, it's just, as you go through, if we could get a little definition what the landowners are thinking for their having the oversight of the sampling.
That's a
Right,
good
that's
point.
something that Mr. Coelho can provide, I think.
Yeah,
I
Mr.
think.
Coelho.
Yeah, this,
Mr. Ansola I'm sorry.
yeah, this is Clay Rogers. I would recommend, let's let Dale go ahead and finish it, and we can get David Ansolba here to come up and provide his comments, and then have that discussion and see if there is a way to come to a resolution about this. Timing is also important, I'll point out, because we're anticipating that we need to sample citrus beginning probably by late February at the latest. We need to do the citrus sampling so we don't miss the harvest. The intent of this so far, the way this has worked, is Coelho Water District and their group have been paying to do the analyses through their selected laboratory. And through a contract that we have for our science advisor, Dr. Stringfellow, the state of California is actually paying to do the oversight, prepare the report, evaluate the data. We don't believe we can get additional funding to carry that forward, and plus it's appropriate. This really is a burden of the dischargers that they need to pick up the costs to do this. So the way the MOU is laid out, it's that Coelho and their group are responsible for paying the bills, but the regional board, with input from our science advisor and our panel of experts, is responsible for overseeing the technical work. And the way the MOU is worded is that basically Coelho and their group would have no input on the technical work to be performed to give that isolation, so there could be no suggestion that somehow these studies were tainted and the results biased. That certainly is an issue we've heard a number of times, and I believe that's the direction actually provided to the water boards as we proceed on how to do this, is that we need to make sure that the technical work is separated from the dischargers. So that's the reason this is set up the way it is.
Very good. And he is kind of Mr. Coelho. I mean. All righty. So, yeah, one of the data gaps that the food safety expert panel identified early on was the lack of available information about trade secret chemical compounds used by the oil companies in the oil fields and what specific hazards they may pose to crops irrigated with produced water. Although staff has requested this information using various methods, dischargers haven't been able to provide it to us because it's trade secret and they can't get it from the manufacturers. As shown, however, On October 13th, the governor signed Assembly Bill 1328, which modifies the California Water Code, Section 13267, such that the water boards can now obtain complete chemical information directly from the manufacturers if the manufacturers will not provide it to the dischargers. So this month, probably next week, we will have a 13267 order going out to the dischargers, specifically those that use produced water for irrigation, and ask them for that information, or if they can't provide it, which we don't expect they will, we'll be asking them for evidence that they can't provide it. Once we get those letters, we intend to send out 13267 orders to the chemical manufacturers and ask for the data directly from them. Staff will be able to then evaluate that data. However, the specific trade secret information we won't be able to give to the public. So in that way, we're hoping to try and kind of close that data gap, although it won't satisfy everybody, I'm sure.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's say we start testing in the future for these trade secrets, what's in there. So it does come positive. How would, without giving away what's in the trade secrets, how would we approach that?
I think that would come up if we actually find something that would be an issue. And if we did, my guess is it would be a specific chemical compound. We would not be giving away the recipe. We would just be talking about that specific compound. That's my approach, Patrick.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, there are certain trade names or commercial names and branding for certain chemical mixtures, and whether we detect, we could shield the precise formulation as a trade secret as we and still regulate those constituents. I think it would require some deft phrasing of what the requirements are, but we certainly could do that in the context of setting waste discharge requirements.
Dale, are we required to ask the dischargers first about the chemicals that they use and wait until they're rejected?
I believe so, the way it's drafted. I think Stephanie and Patrick are probably going to be the ones to answer that question for sure, though.
Okay, and so I was just wondering why we wouldn't just skip the two middle steps and go directly to the manufacturers if we're confident that the growers,
that would be
the
ideal.
producers not gonna have it.
Okay. So, another method to deal with produced water is by injecting it into underground aquifers that do not support beneficial uses, that are exempt from the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, and that meet the requirements of the California Public Resources Code. These are typically referred to as exempt, air quotes, aquifers. Applications to expand the extent of these exemptions are called aquifer exemption applications. The California Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources, or DOGGR, has received from the US EPA primacy for administering this underground injection control, or UIC, program in California. Therefore, DOGGR is the primary permitting agency for UIC-related projects. The state and the regional boards provide input to DOGGR to ensure the protection of water quality. So this picture here shows an injection well in the Edison oil field in the middle of a citrus orchard. I'm not too sure what type of well it is. My guess is it's either a water flood or a disposal well, since the piping's not insulated, but can't really say. Under the UIC program, oil companies can reuse produced water for what's called enhanced oil recovery through injection into Class II wells for water flooding, steam flooding, and cyclic steam operations. And I can try and explain those a little more if you're really that interested. They can also simply dispose of it into Class II wells. Some of our specific responsibilities with respect to the UIC program are to provide comments to the State Water Resources Control Board, or State Board, on applications for aquifer exemptions, and State Board draft concurrence letters for aquifer exemptions. Recently, we were also assigned by the State Water Board to be the lead in reviewing Dogger proposed project approval letters for newer expanding UIC projects. These are Dogger's versions of waste discharge requirements for new or expanding injection well projects. We've also been informed that we will be involved in Dogger's review of existing injection well projects. Dogger, the State Board, and the regional water boards are expected to review between 600 to 1,000 of these projects over the next 3 years. Most of these projects, I would say 90% plus, are in the Central Valley. When we review UIC-related projects, we do so with an eye towards ensuring that what's injected into the underground aquifers stays in those exempt aquifers and doesn't migrate or won't migrate out into aquifers that have waters that are suitable for beneficial use. So since April, we've provided comments to State Board on 2 aquifer exemption applications, 6 aquifer exemption draft concurrence letters, and 6 concurrence letters that State Board drafted. There kind of appears to be a discrepancy here between the number of applications and concurrence letter, and that's because the applications for exemption were reviewed prior to April. Let's see here. We've also reviewed approximately 11 project approval letters and provided comments to State Board on a newer expanding UIC projects. And we've also participated in numerous meetings with Dogger and the State Board to develop prioritization and review processes for the project-by-project reviews that are coming down the pipe. So much like the UIC program, well stimulation permits or hydraulic fracturing permits are issued by Dogger. This slide shows the trucks lined up for a well stimulation operation in the South Bell Ridge oil field. Most of the region's well stimulation activities occur in the North and South Bell Ridge oil fields on the west side of the valley. Our staff.
Just a question.
Sure.
And the water from those operations, my understanding, goes to a hazardous waste facility?
If it's not hazardous, it can be re-injected. But
Okay.
it can't be discharged to ponds on site. They have to containerize it.
Okay. Well, where does the water in the containers go then?
They can go to a hazardous waste facility, or it can be treated and put into a Class 2 well.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, staff comments on well stimulation permit applications that Dogger receives. We also comment on proposed groundwater monitoring plans, and the intent of those is to make sure that the stimulated wells, that the fluid doesn't migrate into waters of beneficial use. And we also comment on what are called groundwater exclusion applications, and that's where there is no protected water and the operators don't want to do groundwater monitoring. If they can show that there's no protected groundwater, which is basically any groundwater with a TDS greater than 10,000, then they can get an exclusion from State Board for groundwater monitoring.
And this is Clay Rogers. I'll add that definition of protected water is under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act.
Right. So then our comments, we compile our comments and then we send them to the State Water Board, who then incorporates them into the comments that they submit to Dogger on these activities. And so since April, we've reviewed 123 well stimulation applications, 6 groundwater monitoring plans, and 2 proposals for groundwater monitoring exclusions. So before I close, I'd like to describe the staffing changes that I talked about. This fiscal year, we're going to be picking up 2 more engineering geologists and a water resource control engineer. This basically brings our staffing for the oil field program up to 21.7 PYs or person years over the 18.7 that we had last year. The state board has allocated these positions to Region 5 to help with what's anticipated to be an increase in well stimulation activities and to deal with the 600 to 1,000 project-by-project reviews that we're going to have to do over the next 3 years. That concludes my update, and I can answer any questions that you may have, and we can fire up the food safety discussion if you'd like again.
Certainly. First of all, Corinne's out of the room. I have Bob Gore's card from the last session. But are there any more cards and speakers down there? Okay. Thank you. Dave wants to speak. Dave Quillo wants to speak. Well, it's got stuck over here someplace. That's all right. We know who he is. Why don't we take interested persons, and we'll come back to the staff, to that issue. Bob, you want to come in?
Chair Longley?
Yes.
This is Stephanie. If I may just circle back on Member Ramirez's question earlier about the trade secrets. The regional board's authority to request this sort of information arises out of Porter Cologne, and so therefore we need to ask the dischargers first, and then if we don't get that information, then we're authorized to go ask the manufacturers to, well, ask the dischargers to ask the manufacturers.
And then once they're rejected, then the state can go in directly.
Well,
We may require that the supplier shall furnish that information to the board.
Thank you.
I think one of the issues we have, though, is jurisdiction over the supplier. Is that correct? Whereas
It
we
is.
do have jurisdiction over the discharger.
That's correct.
Okay, Bob?
It's vaguely threatening. I'm not, anyway. Robert Gore from the Gualco Group. Good afternoon, and thank you. To supplement our remarks in April, the California Independent Petroleum Association, whom I represent, wants to continue to thank staff for collaborating and working with us in an extensive and highly technical manner. We have joined CV Salts. We will participate actively, and our members are thoroughly engaged in protecting groundwater while also creating jobs. And again, thank you to staff.
Thank you very much. David?
My name is David Onsalabahir. I'm the general manager of Coelho Water District. We have been in cooperation with the regional board for well over 22 years on this project, and all the water sampling. And in the last two and a half years, in the voluntary crop sampling that we've been performing. And we plan on continuing working with the regional board on all requested data. And I think we've done a very good job in doing that to this point. We have commented on the tasks 1 and 2, and we are ready to fund those. We've already started working on identifying a consultant to do those tasks. We do have concerns with task 3. Task 3 is the crop sampling that we've been performing through the sampling and testing plan that has been approved by the regional board's science advisor, utilizing a third-party sampling firm to go out so that we do not handle the fruit. The testing or the sampling firm obtains the fruit samples, seals the containers, and lately has been handing them directly to the regional board staff to send into the laboratories to have an analysis performed. The analysis is determined the last couple of, from the science advisor, the regional board science advisor. And they have expanded the analytes that have been tested for. And we're paying the bills, not a problem, because we want this data identified to show that everything is fine with this fruit. And what Clay has been saying, that, you know, we're pushing back a little on the crop testing, is correct. We have to get permission to sample the fruit from each individual landowner. It's not up to the district to give that permission. We contact the landowners that have the fruit that is at time of harvest, and then we go out and sample those. We've expanded the number of samplings tremendously from when we started this a couple of years ago. We just see that there's going to be a lot of problems if the district is now taken out of the mix here in this task. I just see quite a bit of problems. The landowners see a few problems. They've always relied on the districts to kind of oversee their the sampling of their crops to make sure it's done properly. We have the sampling protocols.
You
Those must
have
be-
as much time as it takes us to resolve this issue, so go ahead.
We have the sampling protocols that are all based on the EPA protocols to ensure that those are followed at all times. To make sure that the identity of the landowners is kept within just to the regional board, not to public. We've had several instances where NGOs have not attacked, but boycotted, approached the different landowners to try to force them to not use the produced water, even though there is to date been no evidence of anything wrong with this water, except for the salts that we all knew about back 22 years ago when we started this program. I've talked with Clay. He's offered to come down to meet with our group, and I will be taking him up on that. And I realize that the regional board needs this information and needs the perception really to go away that the water districts are trying to control this. We're not truly controlling anything except the permissions from the landowners and just to make sure that everything is done to EPA protocols. But we're happy to sit down with staff, discuss this with our discharge group, the water districts, because they're the only ones that are basically part of this crop testing, and discuss this so that we can get this resolved.
Dr. Longley, can I ask a question? So
Sure.
are you suggesting then that you just want to continue to do it the way it's been doing with you in the field watching our staff collect the samples? Is that what you're considering oversight? Or are you saying, no, you move away, we'll collect the samples and do that, and we determine what that's going to be?
No, the way it's been being done for the last year, where we are basically observing, just as the regional board is observing, a third-party contractor taking the samples and sending them to the lab based on the analytes to be tested.
So you
that,
you just
Dr.
want to
Stringfellow-
continue that oversight? Is that what you're saying
Correct.
then?
Who directs what the contractor does? That third-party contractor that's neither yours nor the state's, who controls where that contractor gets the sample? And is there any limitation there?
This is Clay Rogers. The way the MOU is crafted and the way that is the intent is that the regional board would have control over where the samples are collected, which samples are collected, how they're collected, and what they're analyzed for. Now, certainly, you know, if the landowner wants or his representative
Yeah,
wants
just
to.
a second, stop right there. Do you have any issue with what Clay just said? Those items, if you could go through it again, Clay?
Yeah, basically that the regional board has control over where the samples are located, how the samples are collected, you know, how the samples get transported to laboratory, that we've been taking the samples sealed the way they are now and taking them to the laboratory. Basically, we would have control over
And what they're analyzed
what,
for.
where, how, and what they're analyzed for.
That was
That's
your last
correct.
one, yeah.
Now, where then would involve you to get permission for
and-
access, because we can't trespass with, we have to have permission to get on the land, and that's where you come in. Okay?
And certainly, I mean, the information about our sampling protocol will all be public. It'll be subject to comment. We will have to request access to the locations to get, so, and certainly the landowner and his representative, which could include Coelho's consultant, if the landowner so desires, is more than welcome to follow the selected consultant around to see exactly how the samples are collected and document in their own eyes that this is done. You know, our basic issue is that I don't think we should get in the situation where the discharger can start to tell us, no, we don't want to do that, or we don't want to do it here. You know, we only want to do it there. This landowner doesn't want to have his fruit sampled, so we're going to go over to this other crop or this other block. You know, and I think ultimately, you know, the privilege of being able to use this water is based upon the ability for us to have the control so that we can stand up in public meetings and say that, you know, the dischargers did not have any input on what the actual scope of work was. Their primary responsibility was to pay the bills and run the administrative part. Now, any changes to the scope of work,
Just a second here. So going back to you, Dave, do you have any problems with anything that's been said?
In general, no, because that's exactly how we've been doing it. We've identified the crops that need to be tested. We've contacted landowners who would allow us to take samples. I'm not sure if there's a farmer who does not want the regional board taking samples on his property. I don't know what is going to happen at that point. But we have been pretty much the liaison between the landowners and the regional board to get that permission. Because they work with us all the time, there's a trust relationship built up there that they know we'll watch out for their properties when we're out there, that things will be done properly as we've stated in the sampling plans. To take us out of that mix, just in that area, you could run into some problems.
Well, I don't know what the MOU says, but I personally think you're an important part of that mix. Is there an issue with them?
no, there's not. I mean, you know, we would welcome your coming out and observing, you know, and making sure that if the landowner has specific concerns, you know, as a person who was a farmer in my younger life, I want to make sure that, you know, I would want to make sure that if I've got like a micro sprinkler irrigation system, I'm not getting valves stepped on and things broken, that, you know, you drive at the appropriate areas of the ranch and that you're not going to damage my ranch. They certainly have the reasonable expectation that that is the case. You know, and certainly the right of the landowner would be to accompany. The question becomes is that it's going to be difficult if it's dictated to us where we can and can't sample, how many samples we collect, because at that point you're starting to exert control, which leaves us in the position that it makes it more difficult for us to defend that, you know, you didn't have control over this,
But
and
Clay,
it's somehow biased.
it's more than control. This sampling depends upon randomness. And once you start dictating where the samples are taken as opposed to the scientific method that's been derived, then you're moving away from science, and there becomes questions.
Yeah, the only time we have limited the sampling location is where we have not received permission. We have taken samples throughout our district where we have permission. We've never limited any sampling unless we did not get permission from the
Yeah,
landowners.
and any landowner, of course, has the inherent right
That's
to
correct.
to restrict people coming on his or her property. The problem, though, is that without a valid study, they are putting at jeopardy the study, and eventually we have to move to other alternatives.
Correct, and I don't believe there has been any areas that we've missed or stayed out of within the district. We have sampled a very good section of each of the crops that have been harvested. I don't see as that being an issue in the past. It's a very good sampling throughout the district.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of what those other alternatives are. I've asked council what those might be.
Well, can I ask a question? So you said that based on your understanding, the people you represent would generally agree. Are there specifics that you think that we're tied up on? Like something specific that you think we are, or that staff is requesting that's going to be hard for you to convince the landowners of?
Well, through the MOU, the district is taken completely out of the equation, except potentially for getting the permission. Some of the landowners I've talked to have a little bit of problem of us not having some type of say. If there's something that's going wrong, we can't really say anything. We've had that issue once, minor situation that things were done not as per the protocol.
And can you explain, because I'm not a scientist, so I don't know, can you give me like an example without revealing too much, what that might be? Was it?
It was just the way one of the crops were sampled. It was the garlic. The roots are to be cleaned off, the dirt. The top was to be clipped, and then basically just the crop itself put in the jar, sealed to go to the testing. The sampling was not done that way. Roots, soil, and everything were put into the jar, which basically was against the protocols. We stopped that. Not to say that there would have been any detrimental results, but it wasn't as per protocols.
I understand.
Those are the type of things, where the samples go, who keeps the samples. Right now, all the samples are sealed, goes to the laboratory. Dr. Stringfellow takes a few samples and stores those at his lab for, in case something comes up, he has extras, which is fine. But once we're taken out of the process, we have no control over the samples, where they go, who has them, and that's of concern, especially in this issue that is highly volatile.
Do you think that there's a workable solution? I mean, do you think, it sounds like we're close enough. I don't know if I'm just optimistic. Do you think that we're close enough
I
that we
think
can
there
solve it?
is. Some type of a hybrid where we've been doing this for 2 years. Everything's been coming out very well. We've had the oversight of Dr. Stringfellow. He's chosen what analytes we're testing for. He oversees everything that's being done out in the field, and we're fine with it. Everything's been working very well. To go out and basically reinvent the wheel now, getting a different consultant, redoing all the processes, it's going to take quite a bit of time because it took a lot of time to set this process up. To reinvent it and start over again, it's going to take a while, and there's a good chance we may not be able to get the citrus, which is probably
February.
starting in February,
Yeah.
March. To reinvent the wheel just for this process when it has been working very well. And we've offered to pay, and we can get, additional monies to pay for Dr. Stringfellow and others that is part of this process. That's never been a concern. We've all been okay with that. As I've been saying before, this is a voluntary program. We've tried to do it as well as we can
Yeah.
through all the EPA standards. I don't see a problem the way it's been going to date.
But Clay, can you suggest a solution?
Well,
And it may take a modification of the MOU, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's really what is acceptable to the executive officer and the board in that,
Well, I don't know what's changed. Has something changed in the scope of work that now you don't feel you can participate in the sampling? As that oversight that you want? Has
Well,
something
it states
changed
in
in
the
what
MOU.
we've said or what we've done to change that
And I
already?
have a little definition problem about the word oversight.
I understand, yeah, I do
Because
too.
I don't see you having any oversight over our scientist in terms of telling him what to do or not do. That would jeopardize the study for sure.
And
The
we've
term
never done that.
monitoring makes sense to me. You're monitoring following the process. But
I-
I think from our perspective, there has to be an independent, third-party, clear, demonstrable process throughout, yeah.
We all agree with that. I thought the MOUs, but I'm wondering what has suddenly changed to where now all of a sudden there's this concern that you can't go on the field and watch us collect the samples. I understand the sensitivity. Did something change?
No, Clay has stated we're welcome to come out
Okay.
to the site. But in the MOU, it states we have no control to say, stop, you guys aren't doing this right. That's out of our control now. Under the voluntary program, we could say that.
Well, if that was in, I don't know where it should go, the scope of work or the MOU, but would that take care of that issue?
I think it would take care of a lot of it, yes.
Well, clearly, if we're doing something wrong, it needs to be brought to the attention.
yeah, I
We-
was
that would
just
compromise the
gonna,
results, yeah.
I was just gonna add that,
Yeah.
you know, if you come out and observe the sampling with us and your professionals or whoever, you know, have a concern about what's being done, we'd want to hear it and we'd want to hear it right then. And we would take steps to address it to make sure it's right.
Okay. And I'm sure you would, but Dave's also in a situation, he's having to deal with a lot of farmers and a lot of people. And he's received that assurance, so he receives that assurance here today from the board, but it's not in writing. And I think it has to be, and I could be
Well,
wrong.
I
No,
don't
that's-
think we have any issue with modifying the MOU
Yeah,
if that's what we need to do in order to address this.
Am I right or wrong, Dave?
No, that is very true. I mean, to this point, none of this has been in writing except for the MOU. We've been doing all this voluntarily with nothing in writing.
So I think we need to, I have no problem with that. I don't think anybody else here does.
What might
hang
help.
on.
If we're doing something.
Hang on.
No. If we're doing something wrong, my point was, if we're doing something wrong, we want to be
The
told about it.
difference a little bit is Dave can't dictate to the staff.
That's right.
Dave can call it to the staff's attention.
Yes.
And should, but he can't say, this is wrong, we think this is wrong, you have to change it.
It'd be a deviating from the protocol.
Can I just suggest?
And I will,
Instead of making a major change to the MOU, because that took so long to get signed, can we just have an agreement on a protocol for sampling out in the field where it says what your role is there? Don't use the word control or
fine.
oversight. Just say, this is what will happen, you know, you're right to be at the site to witness the collection, and if you find an error, you can raise it to the attention of the staff or to the supervisor who's there, and then that's how we can resolve the issue. So then it's documented you had a concern, and that way if something comes up with that sample, there is something that calls in to question the quality of the data received.
I'd be happy to take that to the discharge group.
Instead of having a formal change of the MOU.
I would like to ask one last question because I potentially see this as an issue, and that is that, you know, I don't know that sample locations will change. They may not change at all from where they currently are, but it is something that does need to be looked at. And it could potentially be an issue for us if we end up with, for one reason or another, a sampling location where a landowner who's using this water refuses to allow us access. In my mind, David, that's not going to be an option, but I don't know where the board is on that. certainly you have the final say, but I think, you know, we will need cooperation, and I understand the tentativeness of people not wanting their fruit sampled. And I've dealt with this in monitoring programs for representative monitoring, that everybody gets in line and says, not me. But I think there needs to be an understanding that if they're selected and there's a scientific basis for why a sample at that location needs to be collected, they need to understand that access needs to be provided. That's just my personal opinion.
And I think over the last couple of years of us doing this sampling, I think we've gotten a very good response from the landowners, because they want this identified also. This is a good and safe water resource. I mean, I don't anticipate any problem getting permissions, but that possibility is out there. And I can try to broach that as best I can with the individual farmers when that problem arises.
Well, it has to be
I mean, I think,
scientifically sound
Correct.
study. We could always wait till we get to that point, and hopefully hoping not to get to that point. But if we do, those folks are really putting all the other growers at risk. The kinds of steps we have, if we can't do this study, may well become quite draconian, and I don't think anybody out there we certainly don't want to face that, and you don't want to face that either.
Right. That's why we've been doing this voluntarily
That's right.
from the beginning.
And my gosh, given the past sampling, we can't call what the results are going to be here until those results are in, but the grower should feel a lot more comfortable.
Oh, yeah. And they do. They've appreciated the fact that we have started this and that we have that data now with the food safety panel. And that's, I think, gone a long way in easing everyone's emotions on this issue.
and so what I was going to say is that, you know, I think that the definite answer that we need is not something that he can deliver to us, because, you know, I think all that we can require is his best effort to talk to the landowner, because that's we're still on a permission required basis. I think that, you know, if we have the ability to, you know, convince Mr. Coelho, you know, convince,
Coelho.
Coelho.
A little bit north.
Coelho, okay.
Yeah, you're the wrong river.
All right, yes. You know.
You moved a little north.
You know, if he feels comfortable and he can use best efforts, then maybe that's all he can deliver.
Well, and
it
that's-
goes a little further than that. I think you're on the right track, but it's his board, and I spoke to his board once. I think they're reasonable people. I think we need to get his board on board. Am I correct?
Yes.
And if, with this change that we talked about, there's nothing better than having farmer talk to farmer. And it may well avoid a running into a situation.
And
Yeah.
also, you know, that's part of the reason why I've offered to David and his group that, you know, if they need to come down and hear these issues directly from the horse's mouth, you know, I'll be happy to go to Bakersfield and sit down with them and have a discussion and see if we can find a way to work this out. You know, the only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that when we get these studies done, we get the results published, that we are beyond reproach that there has been any kind of bias, or potentially all this work will have been done for nothing. And so that's our goal here, is to make sure that, you know, we have produced sound technical results that you know, any reasonable person would accept as being good work.
So it's item number 3 in the scope of work, that is the issue, am I correct?
Yes.
And with what we've talked about here today, that point, spelling out in a little more detail your role, and with Clay and anybody else that's needed to showing up to meet with your board, certainly, and maybe later meet with a growers meeting if that's necessary. Is that going to help you?
Yes. Yes, it will.
See, no impasse, we're working through it.
And one last thing I would like to add, Dr. Longley, since Dale didn't mention it, and certainly David and I have had these discussions. Dr. Stringfellow and I have had these discussions, and we've involved the panel a little bit, is we're starting to talk about what's the end game here. How much more data do we need? Because we do have some data. You know, we think right now that at least one additional year of sampling so that we go through the commodities again so that we have duplicate samples, if we can start to replicate. Plus, we need to make sure that there's not some unknown chemical out there that could be a major issue. This may be something that we will never be completely divorced of because, you know, but we may be able to move forward without long-term sampling of the fruit unless something changes, either new chemicals are introduced into the waste stream or some major change in management practices that perhaps could be problematic. But we are starting to see that, you know, we are starting to get a basis of sample, and certainly it is something that we need to move forward to and start to think about what's the end of this process also.
That's right. I think there's other aspects of this we need to talk about as we go down the road, but I would agree with what Clay said. We need to find, this ain't gonna go on forever.
It's good to hear.
With that.
We do have the AB 328, so I don't know if we know all the chemicals, so we still have
That's
to
right.
figure out all the chemicals.
So we may have to add some onto that. There's also some questions that are science-based questions as to, and you've heard this in some of the meetings, we don't find it in the fruit, is it in the soil? And Clay and I had a meeting with Dr. Banuelos, who's a plant physiologist of great renown, I guess. And I think we're going to get him to one of the panel meetings. But he talks about the ability of plants actually to exclude these materials unless they're just horribly overwhelmed with those materials. And even if it's excluded, even if it gets into the plant, he's talking about there's multiple barriers that, you know, it really has to be pretty bad for it to get to the fruit. So there may be some desire down the road with, and I can't talk about funding sources, I don't know what that might be at this point, USDA maybe or wherever, CDFA, but to evaluate maybe not on every grower that we've gone to so far, but in a limited extent, what is in the soil, if anything. It's simply to go back and if there's nothing in the soil, that's even better news.
But if there's nothing in the water, why would it be in the soil?
Well, that's a good question. Because it can accumulate over time, some of the constituents. But the tree certainly offers a great barrier, and that's something else that might be evaluated. There's other ways of doing that, and that's on test plots. And that would be to purposely contaminate the soil and see if you find it in the fruit, but that wouldn't be done on one of your growers' places, obviously. It's on a test plot. It's an important question, but I think it's a question that at a point needs to be answered, not necessarily for Coelho, because I think your water quality is better than many, but it needs to be answered for in other locations where the water quality is not so good, and maybe that's where some of that work should be done. I'm one that believes that that there are areas where produced water can be used where under our current operating mode, it wouldn't be allowed to be used. That's not Coelho, that's more on the west side and so forth. But as I talk through this, those would probably be studies that would be aimed at those guys. But the executive officer, I think, is right as we begin to get a better idea on the mixtures. There may have to be some additional work on some of the components there. We may well find, though, that there's a lot of commonality among some of those mixtures that, in fact, we maybe have already sampled for some of those compounds, and it would just be duplicate work to go back out. Given that the bulk of those are corrosion control, the other question I have is, those compounds are used for corrosion control. How many of those are already used down the well on ag wells?
Or drinking water wells.
Drinking water wells. And I think that's another question. That's a lit review, but I think that's another question that has to be answered.
Right.
So,
If I could, I think we're working through the issues, but I do want to make a couple points, and one, I know we touched on the issue of revising the MOU or even coming to a separate agreement. I just want to make sure that that doesn't jeopardize the next round of sampling, because when the board comments that we want to be told when something's going wrong, I think there's so much detail into what could potentially go wrong. And I know that, it literally took months and months of wrangling between the attorneys to come up with what seemed to be fairly generic text for the MOU. And because there's lots of nuances that people tend to see. So I just want to put that in front of the board that a lot of the activities that are going to be conducted are probably still going to be done with the trust that we've got between the agencies, the dischargers, and the district. And also recognizing that, and as Clay pointed out, the backdrop of all of this, and we looked at this from a legal aspect. If there is ambiguity in the water quality or nuisance impacts associated with the discharge of waste, it does fall within the board's discretion to prohibit that discharge. And that's really what lies at the core. If we have growers refusing to allow sampling of their fruit, and if the board then finds that that refusal has injected some degree of ambiguity into the potential environmental or health impacts of the discharge, the board could very easily be saying, we have to reconsider whether we want to authorize this discharge or not. And I think you've heard loud and clear from the board that that's not a line that the board wants to cross, because we're in a state that will be ravaged by drought over and over again, and this is a very promising source of water for growing some of the best fruit in the country. And so I think the board doesn't want to cross that line, but I think that the reason that we're discussing this is that that's really what's at stake here. If there is that ambiguity in any type of the results, any question, any inference can be drawn that there was an undue influence at any point in time of the sampling or where the samples were taken, that's the type of thing that could cause the board to be within its legal right to say, discharge is a privilege, it's not a vested right. Maybe we're going to reconsider if we issue WDRs to that. And I do, again, want to emphasize that that's a line that we don't want to cross.
thank you, Patrick. When I was talking about draconian, that's basically what I was getting at. We don't want to go there, but I hope you don't have some growers that put us there, because that would be hurting the others and be hurting the state. The other thing, Patrick, we're talking about a protocol that exists now, and could that protocol be in some way clarified? Maybe that would be signed by the executive officer. The board, I think the executive officer already has the authority to do that.
Absolutely. I think again, it would hopefully not involve the type of wrangling that would potentially throw up any obstacles to getting the sampling done this upcoming winter that needs to happen.
If you look at it for the legal side, I'm happy.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a cooperative effort, certainly.
Yeah.
And I believe Stephanie will be working on it. Certainly, other folks will be looking at it. I guess part of what I'm saying is perhaps we would still proceed with the trust that we've developed, even if we can't get that protocol in place through the winter, and let the relationship that's progressed thus far continue into the winter with the understanding that we can memorialize the protocols in some more concrete way, and I totally understand if I'm a discharger, I mean, there's if I'm a grower, this is such a charged issue. There's a lot of ways that data can be taken and used against certain individuals. So, I appreciate those concerns, and really that's why I'm saying these agreements take a while to work out.
Even if there's a draft protocol up early, so folks know what we're talking about, so it's on a piece of paper. It's better than nothing. And if you have to put it through all kinds of review, well, that's bureaucracy that we have.
Well, and that's my only concern, Dr. Longley, is I would very much like to avoid, modification of the MOU unless it's absolutely necessary, because, I mean, part of the delay is that, David's got 18 or 20 signatories to that MOU, and by the time each of them involve their legal counsel and review it and pass it around to sign it, we're not talking about a couple weeks to
I know.
to
So
get this done.
we're talking about the protocol itself.
Yeah, and I mean, part of this will be is when the consultant is hired to do this, there certainly will be a review of the protocols by those experts too, because we'll need
Yep.
to listen to what they have to say. So part of that is absolute protocols, until we have the consultant, the academic entity, whoever it's going to be that's going to complete these three tasks. We'll have to listen to their expert advice about how the samples are collected, where they're collected.
They select that. We have the right of refusal, I understand. But you do the selection. I know you'll make a good choice. Once that happens, Dr. Stringfellow falls back to being our scientific advisor. There's no issue with that, I take it?
No, not really. We already have our toxicologist, and we may actually put him on the list, and you can shoot him down if you want. But it's somebody that's already part of this program, instead of reinventing the wheel completely.
Then I believe that whoever you choose as approved would be talking with our scientific advisor, and a lot of this stuff we would never see.
Or understand.
Carl?
Yeah, true.
Well, we've had
And I do.
time and been able to parse this, but it's getting close to 5, and I think we should think about ending our meeting. I don't think we're going to make a lot more progress here.
No, I think
If
we-
people want to take it offline, that would be great.
I think we're getting to the point.
Yeah,
So-
I think we have enough advice, and David and I
Exactly. Our
can-
job is to give some advice here. I think we've done that.
And David and I can take it from here and work this out, and certainly I'll be talking to the appropriate folks if we run into issues. Thank you.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, David, and I hope that helps.
Yes.
Very good. Any further? Do we have any advice for tomorrow? If not, I will adjourn until, what time tomorrow? 9 o'clock tomorrow. Not adjourn. We don't adjourn. Continue it till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.